feel so alive. Yeah, I'm happy head to toe. I'm in overdrive. It's alright. Clear those clouds away. I can feel the sun. Yeah, let the music play. Now we've just begun. I'm ready, 'cause these are the best days. These are the best days. These are the best days of our lives, of our lives. There's magic in the air, and it feels so right. Yeah, yeah. So follow if you dare, and you'll see the light shine so bright. 'Cause these are the best days. this is the life I make. I don't need a holiday to make me feel this way. Listen up, take a chance, you can sing, you can dance, you can live like there's no tomorrow. Give it time and you'll find there's a rule, there's a rhyme, move along and the rest will follow. I want you to know, oh yeah, we shine like stars. Oh yeah, we shine like stars, like what are we waiting for? It seems we still want more. No one can take away the dreams we have today. Yeah, you can go with the flow, don't you see, don't you know there's a life, let it burn inside you. You can shout, let it out, not a care, not a doubt, this is it, let the moment guide you. I want you to know.
Good evening, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get our meeting started. We're going to call the meeting of May 5th, 2022 to order. I'd like to thank our live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for joining us tonight. Details to participate are on our website, on board docs, and on tonight's agenda. And we also always live stream our meetings. Please stand and join me, excuse me, for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, is there a motion to approve tonight's meeting agenda?
I move that the Board of Education approves the agenda for the regular business meeting of May 5th, 2022 as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? It has been moved and seconded to approve the agenda for the regular business meeting of May 5th, 2022 as presented. Roll call, please, Ms. Neal.
Ms. Miller?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Barda?
Yes.
Great. Now we move on to one of what I think is just the most fantastic parts of any board meeting, which is honors and recognition. So we are going to go through quite a few because we have so many phenomenal folks here in Jeffco, and we want to make sure that that we get to learn all about all of the wonderful achievements from you. So we're going to go through. Do you mind starting, Superintendent Dorlin?
I'm excited to start.
Okay. Start us off.
Okay, I have the honor this evening of recognizing two National Board Certified teachers, Jennifer Flores and Michelle Sazikin. Can you please, Jennifer and Michelle, come to the front of the room? Yay! Awesome. You can stay right here. Yes, right in front where everyone can see you. We just had the opportunity to have dinner with both of you, the board, myself, and it was just awesome. Obviously, it's National Teacher Appreciation Week, so it was just wonderful to have a meal together, and the amount of work and effort that you've put into your national boards is commendable. They have achieved the distinction, Michelle and Jennifer have achieved the distinction of National Board Certified Teachers. They've chosen to undergo this process, which is rigorous and takes considerable time and effort on the part of the teachers. National Board Certification is the most respected professional certification available in education and provides numerous benefits to teachers, students, and schools. It was designed to develop, retain, and recognize accomplished teachers and to generate ongoing improvement in schools nationwide. Jen has been a middle school teacher for 23 years, 20 years in Jeffco. She is currently in her 9th year at Bell Middle School and teaches engineering to 7th and 8th grade students. Next year, she is excited to work at Green Mountain High School, teaching science and engineering. Jen wanted to become national board certified to improve her teaching and be challenged with a rigorous process. She loves coaching students to build and design innovative, applicable solutions to current problems. Michelle is a Jeffco graduate and has been teaching for 19 years. This is her second year at Weber Elementary, and she teaches 4th grade. Michelle wanted to become national board certified to enhance her learning and deepen her understanding around all things literacy, her passion. Her favorite thing about teaching is seeing the light bulb moments that her students experience. Their excitement is contagious. Let's give a round of applause to these outstanding teachers who continue to strive. Awesome. I want to make sure I got everything in. Now I have these and these. Yeah. Want to help me? We have
Here,
books
you want
for
to grab
you.
your certificates?
Thank you.
too?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, for our next, yep, they can do pictures. I'll talk real slowly. For our next recognition, we're going to turn it over to Director Reed.
Next up are the winners of Warren Tech High School's Never Summer Snowboard Design Contest. Would Croy Kitzmiller and Sky Bottomley please join us at the front of the boardroom with your graphic design instructors, Pete Kunis and Scott Odendahl. All right, those are gorgeous. I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to admire those. Croy Kitzmiller is a junior from Lakewood High School whose design won the popular vote. Sky Bottomley is also a junior from Green Mountain High School who won for Never Summer Factory Favorite. For the past 9 years, Warren Tech has been partnering with snowboard manufacturer Never Summer Industries for a snowboard design competition. All graphic design students in their program participate, approximately 90 students. Never Summer visits Warren Tech in October and introduces the competition to the students. Early November, students visit the Never Summer factory and see how the boards are designed and made. In January, all students submit their final designs. Never Summer then picks 20 finalists to present their designs in person to the Never Summer creative team, who then pick their top 10 designs and announce the winners on social media. The top 10 designs are made into snowboards and were presented to students at an award ceremony in March. According to their instructors, Croy excels at pushing himself in the direction of his own intellectual and creative curiosity. He is a student who can be counted on to complete his work to a very high standard. Sky is a student who takes most of her projects beyond the requirements to produce extremely creative pieces that use new techniques and concepts that she has learned on her own. Special thanks to instructors Pete and Scott, who help bring these programs and partnerships to life for our students. Please join me in congratulating these talented students on their creative endeavors.
She's asking him to turn around. Can you guys turn around so we can see? Oh, they're beautiful.
Oh, I love it. That was awesome. Well done. Nice job, guys. All right, thank you guys so much. Congratulations. So I have the honor of recognizing the Women in STEM Awards, Colorado Women's Day Conference. So next up we have Diana Rogosian, and if I mispronounce your name, pretend I didn't and tell me later. Can you please join us at the front of the room? And Annika Garrigan, who's unable to join us this evening, but we'll still say nice things about them. Both were recipients of the Outstanding Young Women in Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math Awards and honored at the 2022 Colorado Women's Day Conference in March. Diana received the high school award. She is in her senior year at Arvada West High School and has excelled in STEM coursework throughout her high school career, including 7 AP STEM courses and 4 college-level courses through Red Rocks Community College, including Python programming. It's a little bit ambitious. In addition to her stellar academic record and her part-time employment as a math tutor, Diana also worked as a high school intern with the Colorado School of Mines DEC Tech program. DEC Tech leaders described her as already being on par with Mines undergraduate students, so there. We are excited to see what the future holds for Diana. Although Annika Garrigan couldn't be with us tonight, I'd like to acknowledge that she received the middle school award. Annika is an 8th grader taking part in the STEM career and technical education program at Wayne Carl Middle School. As part of their after-school student organization, she led her team in a community project to design and build sniff boxes for the Westminster Police Department Canine Unit's dogs. Annika looks forward to continuing on a STEM pathway in high school and hopes to utilize her background with SolidWorks to earn an industry certification. Let's give a round of applause to these amazing young women and their achievements. Okay, sorry. I was told there would be no running. All right, next up, we go back to Ms. Reed.
All right, I have the pleasure of addressing the winners of the Denver Metro Regional Science and Engineering Fair, Colorado State Science and Engineering Fair honorees. With the students and educator being recognized for the Science and Engineering Fair honors, please come to the front of the boardroom. All right, the Coors Tech Denver Metro Regional Science and Engineering Fair gives pre-collegiate researchers from 8 Denver Metro counties an outlet to engage their scientific interests and an opportunity to interact with professional researchers and scientists. Each year, category winners represent the Denver Metro Regional Science and Engineering Fair at the Colorado Science and Engineering Fair, and the top 3 senior Best in Fair winners from both regional and state competition represent Colorado at the prestigious Regeneron International Science and Engineering Fair. The following students are being recognized for awards from the Denver Metro Regional Science and Engineering Fair, as well as the Colorado Science and Engineering Fair. Some have placed in one fair, both fairs, and many have won additional special awards in their category. Our winners include Wilson Moyer from Lakewood High School, Emma Seliskar from Evergreen High School, Reese Hansen from Conifer High School, Sarah Grube from Evergreen High School, Lila Floody from Evergreen High School, Ella Sievers from Conifer High School, Savannah Rayleigh from Evergreen High School, Meredith Overton from Golden High School. Due to their level of achievement, Wilson Moyer and Reese Hansen are currently representing Jeffco at the upcoming International Science and Engineering Fair in Atlanta. Stephanie Sievers, Evergreen High School STEM capstone teacher, was named the Denver Museum of Nature and Science Teacher of the Year. And special thanks to District STEM Coordinator Heather Waldron and Director of Choice Programming Marna Messer, who are present here tonight. Congratulations to all of you. Your participation and contributions in this field display excellence in science, technology, and engineering and mathematics, promoting professional skills, high ethical standards, diversity, and continuing intellectual development.
All right, we're going to move on, and Director Parker, take it away.
Our next two honors are special graduate recognitions. And as many know, this is a busy time of year, so we may not have as many of our seniors as we will be honoring. That said, joining us next are Jeffco's 2022 class of Betcher Scholars, who are invited to join us in the front of the boardroom.
Yay, good job.
The Betcher Foundation Scholarship supports Colorado's high-potential graduating seniors by providing them with a comprehensive scholarship program to attend a Colorado college or university. We need the most dynamic thinkers, doers, and difference makers to stay in Colorado so they can positively impact their communities across the state. That was the foresight behind the Betcher Scholarship Program when it was created more than 65 years ago. The vision continues today as these scholars personify the promise of Colorado and the potential of Coloradans. Beyond financial support, the foundation provides scholars with unique enrichment, opportunities designed to enhance their learning journeys, launch careers, and cultivate leadership potential. Scholars also become part of a large and diverse network of Betcher alumni that dates back 65 years. What unites scholars across generations is the enthusiasm to give back in the communities where they attend college, work, and live. Tonight, we honor the following seniors: Emma Todd from Columbine High School, Maggie Holland, Devlin Junior Senior High School, Charlotte Combe, Lakewood High School, and Brendan Church, Ralston Valley High School. We wish you the best and look forward to the positive impact you will have on others. Let's offer a warm round of applause for these hardworking students pursuing their next exciting chapter.
That's true. Shows my boomerness. Generational difference. I know. It's like we need generational diversity. Congratulations to you all. Next, we'll turn it over to Director Miller.
Thank you. Next up are Jeffco recipients of the Daniels Scholarship Program. Please join us in the front of the boardroom. I can call out your names real quickly. Jeb Barber. Yeah, I have stuff to say about you, so come on up. Jeb Barber, Landon Church, Adam Espinosa, Chase Thompson, Kim Fong Van, Chrissy Van Der Werf. And Gerardo Reyes Diaz is not with us this evening, but he is with us in spirit at work. The Daniels Scholarship Program offers a 4-year college scholarship that provides financial and personal support focused on helping Daniels scholars succeed in college and in life. The Daniels Scholarship can be used at any accredited nonprofit college or university in the United States. The goal is not only to help Daniels scholars succeed in college, but to ensure they thrive beyond their years in college. Daniels scholars are selected because they embody the criteria Bill Daniels defined for the program: strength of character, leadership potential, commitment to serving their communities, academic performance or promise, well-rounded personality, emotional maturity, and stability. Tonight, we recognize the following seniors, which I called earlier: Jeb Barber. If you guys want to raise your hand, because I don't think everybody knows you. Landon Church, who I believe his principal joined him this evening as well. I think Gerardo is not here. Adam Espinosa was going to try to make it, but I don't think he made it. Chase Thompson, Kim Fong Van, and Chrissy Van de Bert. Okay, Bert Vander. Yeah. Okay, so please join me in congratulating these stellar students who have promising futures. We're so proud of them and wish them well in their future endeavors.
Congratulations. All right, Director Parker.
Und nun, es bereitet mir große Freude, Jake Lafleur zu erkennen. We are excited to recognize Jake Lafleur. Jake, please come up with your teacher, CJ Hendrickson, and Amy Flynn, Assistant Director of Curriculum and Instruction for Electives. Is Amy here? All right. Jake is a junior at Chatfield High School. He's taken the American Association of Teachers of German, AATG, exams for the past few years. These national standardized tests in German test students' ability in reading, listening, and viewing. He's won top honors 3 years in a row. Students take the exams to see at what level they are among their regional or area peers and current classmates. Research has shown learning a second language increases a variety of skills such as verbal abilities in the first language or mother tongue and improve analytical skills. As one of the grand prize winners, Jake will travel to Kiel, Germany this summer, where he will attend a gymnasium, college prep, to experience the German school system, live with a host family, and visit important cultural sites. His teacher, C.J. Henderson, shares the following about Jake. He is an excellent student who is able to grasp concepts before they have even been introduced. He's able to see patterns and syntactical structures within the language and is well ahead of his peers. Jake also volunteers for the German peer tutor program, working with students to help improve their skills. He will continue with German in his senior year in the concurrent enrollment 211 to 12, actually, I don't know what that is, college class. Sorry about that, Jake. Yes, it's whatever it is, it's impressive. CJ has worked at Chatfield since 2007 and loves teaching German. She enjoys helping her students navigate their paths forward and watching their growth in a second language. She's traveled to 23 countries and enjoys sharing her experience with students. CJ also runs the German-American Partnership Program, GAPP Exchange. Herzliche Glückwünsche, Jake. Let's give a round of applause to Jake for his commitment to his academics.
All right, congratulations, Jake. And it gave Director Parker a chance to speak German, so we're all very excited that you both are here. So next up, we have the Shiro Award. Would Sherry Bryant please join us at the front of the boardroom? Yay. All right. Sherry is the recipient of the Shiro Award this year. She is an administrator for Jeffco Career Links and has been with the district for 4 years. She received this award in February from the Hoya Foundation. This foundation works with the U.S. Department of Transportation to help small businesses work in the transportation and construction industry. This recognition is due to the contribution Sherry has made collaborating with the Hoya Foundation, Jeffco school staff, the Jeffco Career Links team, and local industry partners to bring career awareness for girls in all areas of transportation and construction. With events like Transportation and Construction Girl, Jeffco students are able to interact with industry professionals in an exploratory manner and determine if this pathway is something they would like to pursue. Sherry loves that her passion for career technical education and work-based learning is what she gets to do every day. The fulfillment she gets from her career motivates her to provide that same experience to her students. She feels honored to lead the work in Jeffco for career education and exploration. When Jeffco Career Links and CTE teams are able to connect students with industry professionals and the light bulb aha moment that happens, there really isn't anything that is more rewarding, Sherry states. Join me in a round of applause to Sherry Bryant for the important work she does and the opportunities she has created for our Jeffco students to have a strong connection between career learning and female-owned businesses. All right, and rounding us out, we will go over to Dr. Barta.
Okay, I'm pleased to announce that Jeffco Public Schools is a recipient of the Best Communities for Music Education Award. Would Amy Flynn, Amy Woodley, and any other music educators join us up at the front of the boardroom? Amy Flynn is Assistant Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and Amy Woodley is our music coordinator. The National Association of Music Merchants Foundation has recognized Jeffco Public Schools for a third consecutive year due to the outstanding efforts of teachers, administrators, parents, students, and community leaders who are making music part of a well-rounded education for every child in their communities. This year's award program was designed to celebrate schools and districts adapting, innovating, and persevering in the face of change. Now in its 23rd year, the 2022 Best Communities for Music Education program has recognized 738 school districts and 80 schools across 44 states for the outstanding efforts by teachers, administrators, parents, students, and community leaders, and their support for music education as part of a well-rounded education for all children. Amy Woodley states, "This award celebrates the perseverance of music teachers and students throughout the pandemic. Being a musician was extremely challenging over the last 2 years, and this award recognizes the important role that music education plays in Jeffco. We welcome and appreciate the continued support from the district and community as we continue to rebuild our programs and opportunities for students. Jeffco's continued dedication to music education and the arts helps our students receive a well-rounded education. Please join me in a round of applause for this important recognition of all our amazing and supportive staff."
All right, I hope everybody else is as inspired by the magic that's happening in our district as I am, mostly because I like cheering that loudly in public spaces, but it really is quite a testament to the work that our educators and support staff do, and the parents that support all these amazing students, and then the just motivation and amazing opportunities that our students have. So we're going to transition over to public comment. So if there are folks that are not here for that part, I'll just talk very slowly, and then you guys can make your exits if you don't want to stay for that. And I'll go over some guidelines. Thank you all for being here and letting us celebrate with you. All right, so exactly, yeah. Okay, we're gonna move on to public comment. I'm just gonna go over some boilerplate stuff as folks are transitioning. Oh, good. And if anyone's warm, we're going to try to turn the temperature down because, whoa. Yeah, I was like, the change is upon me. All right, so we are going to move on to public comment part one, the portion of our agenda, which is for comments related to business that are on this evening's agenda. Public comment really gives the board the opportunity to hear the viewpoints and perspective of parents, students, community members, staff. Please know that students often attend or view our meetings, so please make your remarks that are suitable for an audience that could include kindergarten through 12th grade students, so that we can make sure that we're really hearing the perspective of folks that are speaking. If you find the need to express agreement or any other emotion associated with folks that are doing their public comment, you can always do the classic signs. Yeah, there you go. But please do it in a way that allows us to continue to hear the speakers. All right, so we're going to move on to a person's name that I have right here. Andrew Gittner. Welcome. Oh, there you go. Welcome. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Board of Education and Superintendent Dorlin. My name is Andrew Gittner. This is going to be my 8th year teaching in Jeffco, and I want to share how using this increase in state funding from the School Finance Act, as well as the expected increase in special education funding in the legislative update, can help Jeffco recruit and retain the most talented educators in the state, as well as how the district's negotiating strategy has systematically undermined the trust of educators. It is imperative that the Board of Ed direct Superintendent Dorlin's negotiating team to utilize the funding increases in this legislation to agree to JCEA's compensation proposals and reach a tentative agreement with us by the end of May. Thank you at your last board meeting for asking the CFO and superintendent questions about their financial presentation. Like I warned during last month's meeting, district management told the exact same story that an independent fact finder critiqued over a year ago with JESPA, and the prediction of a frustrated bargaining unit has come to pass. Despite the increase of millions in our budget from the BS factor buy down, an unprecedented increase in state aid to our budget, as well as underspend from Jeffco's inability to fill positions at our current compensation levels, management has indicated that our problem is that we have too many educators in schools to serve students who need every single one of us more than they ever have before. I also wanted to thank those of you who tuned in and watched the district's negotiation session with JCEA on the 27th. You saw over 150 educators attend in person, and more watching online because they don't trust the district negotiating team to do the right thing without public scrutiny. You may have noticed, but the district negotiating team worked diligently to not look at us. They didn't want to recognize us, just like they don't want to compensate us for our labor. Their reluctance to even look at us is indicative of a toxic managerial culture that district management has exacerbated over the last few years. Just for a quick recap, the district bargaining team has stalled negotiations, claiming unpreparedness, hampering a tentative agreement. Educators volunteer their time to serve on this bargaining team. The median salary of the district bargaining team, according to Human Resources, is $150,000 approximately. Their lowest paid member is paid $108,000. And put another way, all but one of the district's core bargaining team members received 3 times the salary of a first-year educator in Jeffco, almost 4. Despite forcing JESPA to go to impasse and violating various parts of their contract this year, the district bargaining team raised the average central admin salary by double the raise of many veteran educators. Maybe administrators should have to bargain with David Bell's negotiating team. He could find cost savings on their back instead of ours. So make no mistake, it is no accident that the money allocated to the unassigned reserves over the last 4 years has doubled as the percent of general fund revenue to total instruction has dropped 13%. Please, at your next available opportunity, direct Superintendent Dorlin and help her, because we want leadership. Please take concrete action and accept JCA's compensation proposal, as well as reach an agreement for you to sign by June. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have a group with Brooke Williams. Ms. Williams, I know you've been to this rodeo. If you don't mind introducing the members of your group, that would be wonderful. You can begin whenever you're ready.
All right, I'm Brooke Williams. I'm an art teacher, Jeffco parent, and the JCA president.
Hello, I'm Richard Sanchez, and I teach 6th and 7th grade social studies at North Arvada Middle School.
Good evening, Michelle Malis, Spanish teacher at Green Mountain High School and JCEA bargaining chair.
Rob Cassidy, science teacher at Stanley Lake High School and on the JCEA bargaining team.
And we are all members of the bargaining team. So, all right, can I go? Okay.
Yep, whenever you're ready.
All right, as educators, we work with students every day to ensure they get the best education they need and deserve. We create environments in our classrooms and schools where students and communities feel safe, accepted, respected, included, encouraged, and they know their voices and perspectives are valued. We know our students' dreams, what they need to achieve them, and how to inspire them to think even bigger. We raise expectations because we believe in them and know their potential. We assess and differentiate lessons to get them to where they need to be. This may sound familiar to you because it's aligned with your vision, missions, and values. We believe that we have shared interests, but we want you to know that these can't be achieved without partnering with us. To give our students the best world-class education that prepares all Jeffco students a bright and successful future as local and global citizens, we must invest in planning time, teaching time, and attracting and retaining the best educators in Colorado. Many of us work second, third jobs or have side hustles just to make ends meet. These side jobs and hustles take time away from our students, classrooms, and communities. Now our cost of living has dramatically increased. We have heard from many educators that they are not sure they can afford to teach anymore. Many of these things we are advocating for this year at the bargaining table directly relate to and will support Jeffco's Thrive strategic plan and work.
Jeffco prioritizes 4 areas of work: equity and a culture of instructional excellence. Support for the whole child can't happen without fully staffed schools that have mental health support and fundamental support teams. Rigorous academic expectations, quality instruction, and successful outcomes for all students PK through 12 can't happen without adequate planning, classroom sizes, and caseloads. Extraordinary student experiences can't happen without adequate planning time, resources, and time dedicated to teaching. We still haven't set up the Equity Accountability Committee, nor have we hired for the Ombuds position. It has been almost a year since this language has been negotiated and must become a priority. How are we supposed to create an extraordinary student experience when special education is constantly underfunded and educators' caseloads and work time are constantly increasing? Our people can't be our strength if we aren't attracting and retaining the best educators possible with fair compensation and benefits. We also can't be a community of diverse individuals who cultivate a sense of belonging for all if we do not start adhering to our core values and upholding the language in Article 22. Physical environments and operational services in Jeffco contribute to instructional excellence and extraordinary student experience. Without adequate time for planning and teaching, it is impossible to create flexible learning spaces that support collaborative learning, teaming problem solving that all increase student engagement. If our students are not receiving quality, nutritious food, this can also decrease learning and engagement. Jeffco's resources are deployed strategically to ensure long-term sustainability. Our student-based budgeting model makes it challenging to align to community, school, and district priorities. Schools are often forced to make hard decisions between having a DTL, a learning specialist, or keeping class sizes manageable. Jeffco's families and partners embrace a shared vision for education and collaborate to support student learning. It is critical that we build and embrace our families and partners in our shared vision. But what are we doing to foster and promote minority educators that can be an active partner in their child's success? Safe and welcoming school culture can and will be created the second we start hiring educators that look like and can relate to the families of our Jeffco children. These are just a few examples of our shared interest in how we can together get the best for our students, communities, and the employees in Jeffco. It is time to build a better Jeffco together. We can do this if we invest in planning time, teaching time, and attracting and retaining the best educators in Jeffco with a fair living wage in our schools.
As we should all be aware, this is Teacher Appreciation Week, and last Thursday we were treated to the kickoff, which I know is well-intentioned and meant to show our educators that they are appreciated by management. I have no doubt this is a goodwill gesture. It made to express thanks for the educators. However, it left many feeling underwhelmed. And it's not because we're ungrateful. If you haven't been in a classroom the last 2 years, you just don't have any frame of reference for the toll it's taken on those of us that have. The issue is that after a decade of underinvestment in the people working directly with our students and the hardest 2 years in our collective lives, the two emotions most prevalent are exhaustion and fury. Our educators are so tired of the workload, the lack of time and resources to get it all done, the low pay, that rather than fight, many are just looking for ways to get out of the profession. They are so angry at having to fight all the time, every year, for things they shouldn't have to fight for, that platitudes and trinkets are only fuel for the fury. We see how much central admin grows even while educators are told cuts are needed due to declining enrollment. Why are all those cuts at the classroom level and not at management? We had to fight tooth and nail for steps and a 4% COLA stipend last year at the bargaining table, all the while being lectured about fiscal responsibility. Then with no fanfare, discussion, or shame, those making so much more than we do simply took an average of what we bargained, 8.7%, as their raise. 8% on $150K is so much more than on a teacher's or support professional salary. And even though I bargained it, I didn't get 8%. I got barely 5%. Why? Because I make less so that we can attract new teachers to the district. Why aren't those making six figures asked to make the same sacrifice? This is why people are so mad. Optics matter, and this looks bad, and it doesn't make us feel appreciated. The new strategic plan highlights that people working directly with students as a strength, and we completely agree. However, there is much work that needs to be done to regain trust in the district. If this is truly the goal, we need to have working conditions, plan time, resources, and pay that can attract and retain highly effective educators. You have an opportunity to make this right and to do better by those of us that are still here. And I hope that you will before it's too late.
Last month, we compared 4 categories of teacher pay in Jeffco to those of 5 surrounding districts. Jeffco ranks dead last in 3 of these categories and second to last in the 4th. During the last bargaining session, we gave a proposal for a new salary schedule that would increase us to second on 3 of the categories and third on the last. Of course, that assumes that none of the other districts have any increase in their compensation, which seems unlikely as most settlements to date have significant pay increases of up to 10%. Jeffco will have a ways to go to keep up. The newly proposed Jeffco Thrives acknowledges that a key component of student success is that the staff serving them feel satisfied. Unfortunately, many members of JESPA and JCEA are struggling to make ends meet as the cost of living increases much faster than district COLAs. The salary schedule proposed by JCEA would help with staff finances and therefore satisfaction. Jeffco Thrives instructs that, quote, Jeffco's resources are deployed strategically to ensure long-term sustainability. It is not long-term sustainable if teachers, paras, and bus drivers quit or can't be hired because they cannot afford to live in Jeffco on current wages. JCA believes that it is imperative that the district allocate its monies close to the classroom, as that is where it will have the greatest impact on students. A guiding focus of Jeffco Thrives is that, quote, policies facilitate transparent accountability and decision-making for deploying district financial resources. However, are these items currently transparent? There is a well-defined process for calibrating the number of teachers in a building to the number of students. In my school, the student count has dropped and we are losing licensed staff. In contrast, despite overall falling enrollment during the past 9 years, the number of positions in central administrative services has skyrocketed by 64%. Denver just announced that it is cutting central administration to match their falling enrollment. What is Jeffco doing? The proposed Jeffco Thrives includes a value that, quote, in Jeffco, acting with integrity creates honesty, trust, responsibility, and the spirit of transparency. Unfortunately, in the past, district management has not always displayed this value. To quote the JESPA fact finder, there is no question the district has built up a substantial reserve over the years, due in large part to its practice of underestimating revenue and overestimating expenses. We ask that going forward, you honor the values put forth in Jeffco Thrives by reversing the erosion of funding towards the classroom. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Carolyn Wolfram. Is she here? No? Oh, Carolyn Wolfram? I'm sorry. That's okay. Welcome. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Wolfram. I'm a teacher of the deaf and the mother of 2 Jeffco kids. Thanks for your time and the opportunity to speak. Recently, I've wanted to become more involved in our community. That's how I found myself on the board of directors at the West Metro Fire Protection District, even though the only fires I've ever put out were in my classroom. For many reasons, I'm really proud of our fire department. A reason pertinent to tonight is the fact that West Metro has data to indicate that firefighters are about 9 years older on average than they were in 1999. However, by many standards, they are healthier mentally and physically. This did not happen by accident. West Metro has made significant investment in the health of their firefighters, including huge mental health support, sleep classes, heart exams, which ended up saving a few lives, just to name a few. It's knowing and being a small part of this that brings me great frustration when I see my colleagues walk away from negotiations feeling delayed, not listened to, and generally like we are being unreasonable in asking for job conditions and pay that allow us to be healthy in various ways. I'm here to remind the district negotiations team that we are all on the same side. We all have to work together to be the best that we all can be for the students that we serve. I am asking you to remember that and come to the table in a place of truly caring and showing educators that although the resources are not what we want them to be, that's a whole other Oprah. I don't have time for that tonight. You will do your best to make sure that teachers feel listened to and cared for after leaving negotiations and living with how the results of those negotiations turn out. In short, I'm asking Jeffco to be more like West Metro. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. All right, Colin Ferraro. Welcome. Hello. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Awesome, thanks. All right, good evening. Thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to speak with y'all tonight. I appreciate it immensely. I'm here to talk about the perspective I have on the bargaining strategy for the education associations this year. Before I begin, I think it's important for you guys to just get to know me a little bit. So I've been working at Wheat Ridge for the past 3 years. I teach English there, and I was hired there about 2 days before spring semester of 2020, otherwise known as the COVID semester. So I think it is fair to say that my teaching experience so far has been trial by fire, to put it lightly. And to be honest with you, I would not have succeeded or survived those years without the awesome faculty and family I have there at Wheat Ridge. They supported me through those years, and I've loved my time there. And when I think about what the future holds for me, I think it would be pretty poetic for me to retire and leave a legacy at a place like that I love to teach at. That would be the dream. Unfortunately, however, as we all know, dreams never really seem to match reality. And the reality of my situation is that I am being financially pushed out of my own city and at the school that I love. As JCEA presented to you a couple of weeks ago, Jeffco was last in most of the major compensation categories in relation to the Denver metro area. But Jeffco is now also getting outcompeted by its neighboring states. I took some time to look at the salary schedule for major school districts in New Mexico, and this year, the Albuquerque School District would pay me $63,000. $14,000 more than I'm making right now. That's not all. As you may have heard, New Mexico recently passed a bill that would raise teacher salary in the state by an average of $10K. So what that means for me is on May 25th, 3 weeks from now, I could get in my car, drive 6 hours south of here, and make $20,000 more than I'm making right now. There's a colloquial term that some of my students like to use for a phenomenon like this. It's called easy money. I think it will be best to talk about the strategy that this district takes for negotiations in the language that this district knows best. It's simple economics. What is keeping young, passionate professionals in this district? Because it's certainly not the money. So, I figure I'll give it a year, see if any major changes are made. And if not, then unfortunately, I really have no other option but to seek out better compensation elsewhere. And to be honest, it may not matter if just one teacher leaves this district. I'm sure it's really not that big of a deal to anyone if I decide to leave. But how many teachers in this district are thinking the same thing as me? Because it's all of them. If Jeffco is serious about offering a quality educational experience to its community, then it has to pay teachers accordingly. I want to grow something beautiful here. I want to grow a culture that reveres education, equity, and community. But nothing can grow if nothing decides to stay. I would suggest to you, stop the bleeding now, because I would love to stay here, but I also know my own worth. And it seems like New Mexico does too. Thank you for hearing me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, next we have a group for Rhiannon Wedding. Oh, you couldn't. Rhiannon Wedding group? Is Rhiannon here? Wedding? Oh, there you are. Okay, sorry. I was like, I couldn't see at the end of the line there. All right, if you could just introduce your team members and you can begin whenever you're ready.
Good evening again. Rhiannon Wenning, Jefferson Junior Senior High School, social studies teacher.
Genevieve Bassett, social studies teacher at Alameda International Junior Senior High.
Hello, my name is Mirna Smith, learning specialist at Alameda International.
Buenas noches. My name is Monica Mendez, and I am the literacy interventionist at Mohome Elementary.
I would like to start our comments off with a quote from our current chief of schools, Dave Wise. He sent an email introducing himself to the Alameda staff in August of 2020, introducing himself as our then new community superintendent. Quote, as a Title I teacher and principal, I have developed a deep understanding and passion for the work involved in serving Title communities. I met my wife teaching in a Title school, and we choice our children into a Title school because we believe that the best teachers in our profession are found in Title schools.
I know I just introduced myself, but it's part of my speech. So, my name is Monica Mendez, and I am the literacy interventionist at Mohome Elementary. I have taught at Mohome for the last 7 years, and tonight I am speaking to you on behalf of Title I teachers and staff at Mohome. It is my opinion that Title I always has the most talented and hardworking teachers. You have to be. You have to cultivate an array of strategies and techniques to manage while engaging students. Your teacher repertoire must be at its finest because working in a Title I school, teachers are often dealing with students who are at a disadvantage because of poverty and tremendous trauma. Students struggle because of academic deficiencies and endure many obstacles in their lives. These same students are the ones who have the most resilience and grit. If a rose was to ever grow out of concrete, it happens in Title I schools. The last 2 years have been extremely tough. Mohome had one of the highest number of students who opted into online learning, but lack the resources to participate in remote learning effectively. COVID disproportionately affected communities of colors and low socioeconomic status, which in turn created the largest deficits in academics for our students. These gaps in learning have an effect and impact on teachers and classrooms of students who already struggle exceedingly. Title I schools have the most inconsistent staff for students who need the most consistency. In my time at Mohome, I have been under the direction of 5 different principals and 5 different assistant principals in only 7 years. Our teacher and ESB turnover rate are just as high, if not higher. It is hard to keep quality teachers and ESPs because of the challenging working conditions and unsafe situations that are difficult to endure every day. In our school, it is not uncommon for a teacher to have to evacuate their classroom because a student is turning over their desk, throwing books and/or chairs. It is not uncommon for a student to constantly drum on a wall or desk to gain the attention and distract others from learning, as well as distracting the teacher from teaching. It is not uncommon for a classroom to go without a sub because no one wants to sub in our schools. Or if a sub does pick up, a sub might leave in the middle of the day because the job is just too tough. Today, I had an ESP show me the bruises she received from an interaction with a student. All of this wears on us and is heavy on the heart and soul. When I get home, our loved ones ask about our day, and we tell them how we get called names, how sometimes our students endanger teachers and others. We tell them of our war stories. What follows next is our husbands and wives encourage us to find a new school. They say, find a school where you don't have to deal with so much student trauma, poverty, and stressful conditions. Find a school where you don't have to come home and have so many stories of conflict and strife. Find a school and a district that values you, values your hard work and your sacrifice, and provides you with the pay and the resources to do your job. But I don't leave. I don't leave because I'm one of very few teachers of color. I don't leave because I want to be a role model for my students, the constant in their inconsistent lives, the persistent encouragement and support for them to grow and achieve. The teacher who loves and cares for their students, both in good times and in bad times. There are a handful of core teachers who have chosen to stay, but we are tired. We are tired of being overlooked and underfunded by management and admin for many, many years. We urge you to take action and We urge you to take action and I can't even read that. To agree to JCA's compensation proposal and add a stipend for Title I educators, and to give a tentative agreement to sign before June's board meeting. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mirna Smith from Alameda International, but I'm reading a statement on behalf of my colleague and mentor, Xochitl de la Torre. Reasons why Title I educators need a Title I stipend or increased compensation. Hello, my name is Xochitl de la Torre. This is my 6th year working at Alameda International as a science educator. I have 25 years experience teaching in Title I schools. There are several reasons that teaching at a Title I school in Jeffco should be compensated by a stipend and increased salary. Students in Title I schools require more supports than traditional schools. This translates into extra time to need to plan for, implement various assessments, social emotional supports, ELL, SPED, scaffolding. For example, I have 2 preps, MYP3 in environmental science at the high school level. In any given class, I have 30 to 7% of students who are ELL, English language learners. 10% are SPED, and 40 to 7 who have experienced some form of severe trauma. For every lesson, I must therefore take into consideration not just the content and activity of the day, but the level, translated readings and videos, ELL and SPED strategies, and social-emotional approaches. I will need to take in with some students who may struggle with certain sensory activities or content that trigger their anxiety and trauma. And that's just the planning. Assessments also take more time to create and score, as all of these needs to take into account as well. Title I educators should be compensated for this extra time. The second point I'd like to make is that many Title I students face significant educator turnover year after year. This lack of consistency in personnel negatively impacts their learning opportunities compared to those of their peers. Teacher turnover affects so many variables that influence the educational experience of our students: curriculum, school-wide strategies, school culture, after-school offerings, and rapport with students and families. If Jeffco is serious about equitable, providing all students with what they need to succeed, then we must create incentives to retain teachers in our Title I schools. While a stipend will not change the nature of our work, it must incentivize more teachers to remain, contributing to a consistent educational experience for all of our students. Thank you.
We as a district need to think outside of the box and come up with collaborative and creative solutions for the challenges, workload, time, and commitment Title I educators and ESPs face every day in our schools. We need to change the way we react to these challenges as well, and the impact that these reactions have on our students and schools. More inclusive and effective solutions and reactions, such as increasing the number of SEL staff, drug prevention and treatment opportunities, and therapists in schools to help the fentanyl crisis we are facing, as opposed to reactions such as increasing police presence, drug dogs, and searches, which proposed by district leaders recently, which only in turn are racist and harm our students and communities and create mistrust and ire between us. It is time to recognize the value and the work we do as Title I educators and staff and budget what we value. Our educators need our district leaders to stand up for them and show them that our challenges matter, that we matter. DPS pays their Title I educators a $5,500 stipend, and they have more students than we do. They have more staff than we do, and they have lower unassigned reserves than we do. If DPS can do it, so can we. Jeffco, it is time for you to equitably compensate your Title I employees for the hard and meaningful work we do every day in our schools. We have the money to do it. Why aren't we? We need to think outside of the box and not fall into fallacies such as, well, we've always done this, so this is how we should do it. If we think better, we will be better, Jeffco. We deserve to be compensated, shown by our district management that we are valued, that our contributions, work, and dedication to the students of Jeffco matter. We deserve a Title I stipend, a tentative agreement, and a finalized compensation package to be voted on and approved by our JCA members before we leave for the summer. Please urge the district bargaining team to come to the table prepared and ready to settle our negotiations by May 26th. It's time. We can do this, Jeffco. Let's do this.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Candace Denke. There you go. Welcome. You can begin whenever you're ready. Say what? Oh, yep.
This is my daughter. She just wanted to stand next to me. My other 7-year-old's over there. She's too scared. My name is Candace Stenke. I am a Jeffco graduate. I am a Jeffco teacher. I'm a Jeffco community member and a Jeffco parent. She graduated last year, and my 7-year-old is back there. I teach at Foothills Elementary in a Title I school. I had a speech written, but I threw it out the window because I was really angry when I got here. The things that are happening right now, not letting people into the boardroom, holding JCEA and JESPA members downstairs and not letting people in. They have people outside right now saying that its fire code is unacceptable, and it reminds me of the 2013 bad board. And it makes me angry and it makes me upset to be treated like a criminal, to be told outside by John McDonald that we cannot come into this room because it has 150 fire capacity when I've seen many, 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 many more people in here, and that we cannot stand or sit on the walls, but parents can, is unacceptable. If I was just a regular parent and I didn't have my blue and I didn't have my JCA board member pin on, they would never know who I was. And I know because I've tried it. We have members who wear suits and they don't get thrown out. They don't get stopped at the door. They're not told they can't come in. And this board should do better by us. This board should do better by us. My job is to advocate for early career educators, to tell them that things are going to get better in Jeffco and that they should come here. And I love working with the central admin people that we work with on new teacher induction. Colleen O'Brien has been amazing. Sarah Cohen has been amazing. Amy has been amazing. But I can't look at early career educators and tell them that they should come to Jeffco because they can't afford to live here. They can't afford to work here. And then when they show up at the door to come in, they're turned away. I had 2 early career educators say, this is my first board meeting. And I'm so excited to see the people that we knocked and talked for, right? I'm so excited to see them. And then they got shut out. It is unacceptable and it's not okay. My daughter asked me why I come here still every year, right? Every year I come and my kids get to stay home till midnight while I sit here. And they said, why do you still do this, Mom? And it's because I love this district. I love my Title I school. I love my colleagues and I love my parents and I love my ESPs. And when they leave to go work for Amazon, and our kids cry because their favorite ESP is gone, the one person that knows them, that can help them eat, that knows they're throwing a fit because they don't have a family at home, is gone to work for Amazon because they don't get paid enough either. It's unacceptable. I expect better from this board. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Amanda Garner. Welcome. We'll start whenever you're ready.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Dorland. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you again. My name is Amanda Garner, and I'm a 4th grade teacher at Mitchell Elementary and a proud JCEA member. It is no secret that there is a chasm of distrust between district leadership and the teachers that far precedes any of you. One that spans a long history of empty promises, half-truths, and false platitudes. While I do not believe that you are responsible for the failures of your predecessors, I do believe it is your responsibility to begin repairing that harm today and help the entire district move forward. That being said, as I've listened to each of you speak over the last several months, and I've met other new leaders in this district, I am finally starting to feel a small kernel of hope. I believe this district is finally in the hands of leaders who are firmly grounded in the work that we do with students every single day. And I am hopeful that the district will begin bridging that chasm of distrust. However, as I was recently advised by someone I hold in high regard, hope is not a strategy. In order to create meaningful change, words are not enough either. Jeffco employees need to see that the district is willing to offer concrete actions before we believe that change is actually coming. For example, offering substantial pay increases for teachers, providing equitable planning time across grade levels, ensuring sufficient supports for SPED providers, and offering a livable wage for paraprofessionals and other support personnel. Such strategies would prove that statements about valuing employees and wanting to provide better working conditions are not just the next in a decade-long line of empty platitudes. We have waited long enough for evidence that we are truly regarded as valued members of this organization. We deserve to hear contract proposals from the district representatives that address the issues we brought to the table, or better yet, acceptance of the proposals we have presented. In closing, I want to return to the idea of hope. Author Michael Faber wrote, "Hope is a fragile thing, as fragile as a flower." The hope I feel about the future of this district is a fragile thing indeed, and very few things can crush burgeoning hope like a lack of substantial action. I ask that this board and district leadership put actions behind their words this month and offer tangible evidence of change in the form of either meaningful proposals to JCEA and JESPA or acceptance of our current proposals at the next bargaining sessions. Hope is not enough of a strategy to create the change we need, and it is certainly not enough to create the change our students deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have a group with Laura Center. And Ms. Center, if you don't mind just introducing members of your group, and then you guys can get started. Wonderful, thank you. You
Good
guys
evening.
sorry, go ahead.
That's fine. My name is Memory Wollenweber. I moved to Arvada in 1955. We have 3 generations of our family educated in Jefferson County. And I went on to become a teacher in Jeffco, taught at Seacrest, Kiffin, and Stein. I am a member of Trinity Presbyterian Church, a resting elder, and a member of Coloradans for the Common Good. Thank you.
Darcy Hassler, paraprofessional.
Xander Bednall. I'm a kitchen manager. I'm also president of our Food Service Association.
Terrence Proctor, kitchen manager, and I'm the grievance chair of our union.
Good evening. I'm Joyce Brooks, and I'm one of the co-chairs at Coloradans for the Common Good.
Good evening. Amy Baca-Ohlert, high school counselor and president of the Colorado Education Association.
Good evening, board. My name is Laura Senner. I think most of you know me, and I'm off script, so I'll try to keep this tight. I am surrounded by greatness tonight, and I would like to lump the school board into that, and Superintendent Dorland. But the greatness I'm specifically talking about are the people behind me, and that includes the brave people who stepped forward to speak to you tonight from JCEA and JESPA, and even the community that stepped up. The UFCW Local 7, the grocery workers who went on strike, as we all know, a few months ago, are with us tonight. We are standing in solidarity, and we're done. We're kind of done. It feels like Groundhog's Day. Every spring we do this, and we know who we trust. You can't tell someone who to trust. You find out if you can trust people when you trust them. So we know who listens to us when we speak at board meetings. We know all of you are paying attention, but not everyone is. And that's sad. That's why we do this year in and year out. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Joyce Brooks from CCG.
Good evening again to Madam President and the board and Superintendent Dorland. I am co-chair of Coloradans for the Common Good. We are a broad-based organization representing 28 institutions and or organizations here on the Front Range. Those institutions are faith-based organizations, they are unions, they are civic organizations, they are community organizations, and we come together to support each other. 2 of our member institutions are here, JESPA and JCEA, and we're here to support them in their efforts for bargaining this year. Most of you were at an October assembly that we sponsored, and you promised that you would support our members in bargaining in JESPA, and that you would give them a good compensation package. We want you to honor that promise. Thank you for what you do, and we have these great employees, and we are very proud of them. But I'm going to defer to these great employees of yours.
Thank you, Dr. Brooks. JESPA and JCA are an affiliate of the 39,000 educators that make up the Colorado Education Association. As a trained counselor, I am trained to see when people need a lifeline. Our educators need a lifeline. They are drowning. I hear it every single day. You heard it tonight. In our all-member survey this year, we heard that 67% of our educators are considering retiring or resigning at the end of this school year. We are in a crisis in public education. Public education is the foundation of our democracy, of our society, and you have an opportunity to be a support to ensure that public education survives. You have heard the stories of the challenges that our educators are facing, and we are here tonight to stand together with both JESPA and JCEA to ask you to do the right thing on behalf of our educators and our students. They deserve nothing less. I thank you for the difficult work that you do, but please be on the right side of history and stand with our educators who need you to be the ones who stood up for them in a time when no one else would. Thank you.
Thank you all for your work and for letting us speak tonight. I've served students in Jeffco as a paraprofessional for the past 16 years at Adams Elementary. I just want to start off with public school is not a business. We need to be stewards of the taxpayers' money, but it's a service. We provide a service to educate children from the time they show up till the time they leave. At last month's board meeting, we had passionate parents from the Edgewater community speak in Spanish about the food service program. Their comments were powerful. My son had to translate for me, and he was angered and dismayed because the things they brought up were going on when he was a student in Jeffco, and he graduated 5 years ago. Their comments apply not only to Edgewater, but throughout the entire district. Our belief is that parents should have to opt in to junk food. Yes, junk food. Because at elementary school, a la carte is not an extra slice of pizza or an apple. It's cookies, chips, Rice Krispie treats that are twice the size of those you can buy in the grocery store, ice cream, or sparkling juice. Why is it that the district says that students can only get one piece of fruit on their lunch tray, but you can have unlimited cookies? I can't count the number of times I've seen students buy their lunch only to throw it all out and eat the 3 bag of chips that they bought. The most gut-wrenching to watch is when kindergartners buy an ice cream bar and they eat that first because it's going to melt, and then they're full or they're out of time to eat their lunch. And these aren't one-time occurrences. These happen daily. I've seen it multiple times at my school. Jeffco's food service proposal is not about ourselves, but what's best for the students. They're the reason we're all here. Nutritious food is an investment for our true stakeholders, students, not taxpayers, not parents, not staff. At my school, we have lost 3 pairs this year. I believe it was due to cost of living. Administration has taken over lunches and recess duty, taking away from their other responsibilities. And we also have trouble doing custodial staff. I'm sorry I have more talking about petitions, but I do need to yield my time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Terrence Proctor, kitchen manager at Powderhorn Elementary School. You may have heard about the pay for performance scheme and the opt-in program for snack food. These issues are personal for me, for as I grew up in a poor neighborhood and unable to afford the extra treats at school. I also struggled with my weight, which resulted in me being called names and even suffered physical violence at school because I was an overweight kid. Also, there are many health risks that come with providing these easy access snack foods to our schools. For instance, obesity and diabetes, which in Colorado is 10% of our kids before they even reach high school. When kids are high on sugar, they tend to act out. I've seen kids running in the cafeteria, pushing, shoving each other so they can get to the front of the line and have their first choice at the junk food. And my fellow Jeffco kitchen workers report similar scenes playing out in their kitchens also. Kids are stealing and using distraction tactics to get away with this terrible behavior. And who knows what other behaviors are happening when we don't see it. These behaviors that we are allowing to happen, his name is making money just for the district. What we may not immediately be apparent to you at this time is that the district has created a very unhealthy and discriminatory system that tends to leave black and brown kids out of this consideration. When we tie our pay to how much food or junk food kitchen managers sell, we set up a non-win situation that is terrible for our students. And let's not forget about our managers. Our managers that work at poor schools and are not able to sell snacks because most kids can't afford it. And this causes workers to seek moving to higher places so they can make more money. Again, another loss for our disadvantage for our students. This also sends a message that poor kids don't matter. That because they don't make the money that you want, it devalues our relationships with these children and serves as an inaccurate with our everyday lives. And finally, as we have worked with our understaffed kitchens for the past few years, it's nearly impossible to keep workers without offering a livable wage. We really need this right now to help our kids.
At Trinity Presbyterian Church on October 19th, 2021, we held a community assembly, of which 3 of you as candidates for the board were present, and we asked you 3 questions. Number 1, if elected, will you work with us to implement mandatory parent consent for junk food purchase, of which all 3 candidates at that time said yes. Number 2, if elected, will you support removing the tie between worker pay and sales, of which 3 of you agreed yes? If elected, will you find the money to increase the JESPA salary package by $3 per hour, which even if it means supporting a mill levy? And 2 of the 3 of you said yes. At this point in time, I want to thank you for the labors of love that you give. And we, as a community, there were 250 plus members and community members present. We're looking to you to follow through on your promises and honor the commitment that you made to our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next up we have Elizabeth Armstrong. Welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Miller and Ms. Parker, for attending and really listening to the frank feedback given at the town hall last week.
I'm so sorry. I'm just going to stop you for 1 second because I can't hear you very well, and I want to make sure I can hear everything.
Lean in.
Yeah, well, I think it was just transition, so if you don't mind just starting over, I just want to make sure we understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller and Ms. Parker, for attending and really listening to the frank feedback given at the town hall. I think emotions are high in part because stakeholders aren't feeling heard or acknowledged, and more opportunities are needed to rectify that. As a Jeffco parent and taxpayer, one of the things that I think we aren't feeling heard about is accountability. I heard Ms. Reed speak wisely about the need to contextualize district and board decisions related to underutilized schools and bond spending. I agree that certainly some inexperience on the global pandemic should be mitigating factors for some leadership failures, but they can't be excuses. While we're considering context, let me give you some context from my perspective. I voted for the bond, and though I'm not naturally inclined to do so, because I had confidence in the detail presented in the flip book, because of the oversight promises of the former superintendent, and because people I know and respect worked on the campaign and had faith in it. Well, those people have told me in hindsight they would not have advocated for it, and neither would I, or voted for it. When I heard a former board member say in the December board meeting that the flipbook was only ever intended to be marketing and that there was an unpublished internal budget that Moss Adams should have analyzed instead, I was flabbergasted. The internal budget is not what was used to sell taxpayers and parents on the bond, the flipbook was. That's like posting a menu and prices in a restaurant window to get people inside, only to give them a much higher bill saying, it's okay, we noticed you had more money in your wallet for ice cream that you were going to get on your way home, and we thought you'd rather spend it on dinner instead. Only the extra money was bond premium, and the ice cream was a central kitchen. I was excited for Moss Adams to the report to provide some clarity, and when Mr. Orland indicated that there was a staged plan to implement the Moss Adams recommendations related to transparency, I was heartened. But heard no more about those plans, and some of you seem irritated with additional bond requests being pulled off the consent agenda for discussion, and with the public being shown frank projections of district budgets. We've lost faith, and we need you to be transparent, proactive, and honest with us. How else will we know how to contextualize claims that there are millions of unnecessary reserves laying around, unless we also know that we're slated to dip into reserves for the next school year and every year thereafter? Please restore my faith with action to improve transparency and accountability for Jeffco taxpayers and parents by implementing the Moss Adams recommendations and by providing additional oversight on bond money requests. While I realize you employ people that you trust, We need you to do your due diligence as stewards of taxpayer funds to spend them to the best effect for the benefit of our children's education. In that same vein, I was pretty shocked to hear that teacher training hours were a measure of success for the interreading program pilot. I was even more shocked to hear that a measure of success in student outcomes was not pre-considered. Thank you for asking about that, Dr. Varda and Ms. Miller. And I was still more shocked that the pilot is being greatly expanded, I assume at no little expense, without any evidence that it works. We're in a bit of a crisis right now because of all the can kicking that has come before, and it seems to me that it is a twin crisis of budget and the shockingly low levels of proficiency in core skills among our students. As you approach your duties with intensity, and I like that word from Jeffco Thrives, absolutely every opportunity should be taken to make sure that every dollar of taxpayer money spent directly supports proven methods to improve student outcomes in reading, math, writing, science, and the arts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Dan Snare. Welcome. Yep, you can get started whenever you're ready.
I thought it was going to be on the non-agenda part, but glad I'm here.
Oh, surprise.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dan Snare. I live in Golden, and I'm a science instructional specialist at Warren Tech North. To each of you, thank you for your service to our community. A few months ago, I stood here and spoke to you about the Warren Tech salary schedule and the misgivings I had at the time. I'm happy to report to you that I believe the Warren Tech salary issue is approaching a satisfactory solution in the ongoing negotiations. But I won't uncross my fingers just quite yet. You see, I've had thoughts about retirement. And I hope there will be a handful of qualified people vying for my position. Teaching at Warren Tech is the best teaching job I've ever had, and I will miss many aspects of my job. The problem comes in when the district will have to hire a teacher to replace me. Maybe someone fresh out of college, maybe from another district, probably somebody already in the district. On one hand, the district will save money by not paying me the Lane 5 Step 29 salary. On the other hand, I don't know how anyone can live, pay student loans, have a family, own a home, or have any other dream on a new teacher's salary in this community. I'm sure you already understand the dilemma and the importance of attracting and retaining qualified teachers to our Jeffco community. I urge you to support higher teacher salaries in the Jeffco that will make us, Jeffco, the first choice for teacher candidates looking at Front Range districts. Thank you for your consideration, and I yield my remaining time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and our last speaker for this portion is Kathy Roboff. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Roboff. I'm a Jeffco parent of 2 current students, plus a Jeffco graduate. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Thriving schools are important. We all want to see thriving children and teachers. But to truly have a thriving district, we have to be honest and transparent about the finances of the organization as a whole. As a Board of Education, I would like to ask why you have not directed Superintendent Dorland to follow up with her 30, 60, 90-day review of the Moss Adams report. It's been almost 180 days. Seeing as the district spent $86,000 on this data, the fact that we are not diving deeper into what we are so over budget on the bond program, to the tune of tens of millions of dollars, is a questionable decision for a group of people who will soon be discussing and deciding on school closures and consolidations. You must earn the community's trust back, and the lack of transparency and veiled secrecy over the bond issues are not helping. The lies about pool ownership, the internal decisions to move funds to different bond projects, as well as how we will reconcile the millions spent on facilities that are now up for closure, all point wildly at poor governance. It shows the community at large that Jeffco has an inability to spend dollars wisely. At this rate, the community will never approve another bond. We need transparency and stewardship, and we need it now. Please direct Superintendent Dorland to follow through on her suggested reviews of the bond program and dollars spent. Without this, Jeffco Public Schools simply cannot thrive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So board members, we're going to move forward rather than taking a break here with leadership reports, and then take a break because we need to zoom in Mr. Bowditch. Never mind. We're going to take a quick break, no worries, and then we'll be back in a few moments. Thank you.
Just like a movie, just like a storybook, we are the future, we're the ones they won't overlook. We'll take it all the way and live another day. We'll make a statement to the world that we're here to stay. Whoa, whoa, yeah, 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 yeah. It's time to be the hero, rising like you've never seen, like you've never seen. We're looking for a hero, shining just like in a dream, just like in a dream, dream, dream.
Great. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to move forward with our leadership reports. And if it is okay, Superintendent Dorland, are you in a space? Okay, great. We will start with you. And our goal is to have about 10 minutes to inform one another about our goings on around the district, and then we will move on.
Thank you, President Schooley. I'm going to go off script just a little bit, and then I'm going to go back to my script. It's been quite a roller coaster week for me. I fell on this weekend at home. I have a black eye, I have a mild concussion, and yet this week I have had the amazing opportunity to experience several highlights. And I'll talk about a few more of them over the last few weeks, but in particular this week, last night I was able to attend our first inaugural capstone awards for our high school students. The best part of which was, well, two good parts, listening to their projects and just hearing about their journey, and also the student panel. It was incredible to just sit and listen to our student voices. And thank you to our staff who put that on and put in an incredible amount of work to read through all the capstones and select the students who were able to be here with us and receive awards. I was in a meeting this week with an incredible group of community leaders who looked at me and said, we want to help. We're not asking for anything except your partnership. And it was a gift of just an offer of help for a school community that really needed it. And we have a principal who's super excited about leaning in and supporting the work. I'll talk about a few other things that have happened this week that are just awesome in a minute. But, I've also spent the week facing really directly and working really hard with a tremendous team on, many problems that are facing our district. And we just heard through a long session of public comment the symptoms of those problems. And, it's overwhelming. Just to name it, because I think we've heard it so many times, or I have at least in the last year, and I know it's come your way as well. We have declining enrollment. We have labor shortages. We have inequitable instructional time for students. We have staffing levels that are outpacing enrollment. We have uncertainties about the overall economy and that possible impact on K-12 funding in future years. Most importantly, we have lagging student achievement levels and increased mental health needs of our students post-pandemic, and I would add mental health needs of our staff. And we have a lack of high quality and consistent resources for students and staff across all schools. I don't know if I mentioned that we're way under competitive with Front Range districts in our compensation for all employee groups. And I don't know how we got to this point. What I can say is I wasn't here for it. And I'm not going to be able to help us all move forward unless we're able to work together. And I will say this too. I know we have had, because I'm a parent in this community and I grew up here, I know that we have had a lot of trauma in Jeffco Public Schools since roundabout 2014. I know that. And multiple people have different perspectives on different issues of what's happened since that year. And I understand that. And the bottom line is, we have to try to figure out how to come together and work on these problems and move forward from it. And honestly, it really is just after my first year here, so much evidence of organizational trauma. You know, and I have spent so much time trying to figure out how to bridge that gap and how to build trust. You know, and as one person, I can't do it alone, and it's not going to happen overnight. And I know it takes a team and it takes a village. But I will say this, we have a Board of Education that passed a resolution for regional opportunities for thriving schools that has talked to me about how we take care of staff who are our strength. And that is sitting here tonight, taking it, and I know very much worried about the same things I'm worried about, because we've had very honest and open conversations as a team and as individually together. And I so appreciate every single one of you. And the hard questions you're asking me, the way that every single one of you is listening to your constituents, and by the way, not just the ones you align to, but I see each and every one of you listening to all voices. That's what I'm trying to do. And at the end of the day, we are all going to have to try to figure out if we can somehow begin to trust. And I know that trust happens in two ways. Some people give it automatically. I'm one of those people, by the way. And you have to lose it with me. It's kind of automatically given. And I know a lot of other people who it needs to be earned. And I get that too. As an organization, I think we're in a place where the trust has to be earned because of the trauma that we've experienced, you know, in the last 7 to 8 years. And I acknowledge that. And I'm also just, as a mom and superintendent, like, I'm sad about it. You can talk to anybody who's worked with me, and I just want to do good work for kids, good work for teachers, and good work for families. And we can't do that unless we're able to come together as a community. And so that's what I'm going to leave here tonight thinking a lot about. And I am going to seriously think about, what do I need to do as superintendent to help bridge some of the divide that is so clearly still here. I had somebody say to me the other day, I think we finally recovered from everything that's gone on since 2014. And I just looked at him and I said, no, we have not. No, we have not. And honestly, we need to acknowledge it, and we need to put intention around healing from it. That's it. Like, we can't move on if we can't heal from our past. And I'm really proud of Lisa Relu, our new Chief of Strategy and Communications, because she secured a $150,000 grant. And the whole purpose of the grant is to work on culture. And that has to be part of what Jeffco Thrives does for us. It has to be something that helps bring us together. And so, again, that's what I'm leaving tonight thinking about. I want to share with you that since the last board meeting, I need to name the schools because it's been such a privilege to go into our schools. I visited Campbell, Little, North Arvada Middle School, Warder, and Weber. Thank you to those principals for hosting me. It was great to see the students and the staff in those buildings. Additionally, I attended the Jeffco Schools Foundation Luncheon for the Jeffco STEM Advisory. The advisory committee launched in the fall of 2021. It's remained firmly committed to engaging a variety of partners to inform STEM learning in Jeffco schools and to build on our existing STEM education efforts. I will say this is a great example of what every kid last night said. Every kid last night on the panel said, they grew because of the mentor and community partner that worked with them through their capstone. And so this STEM advisory committee is a great example of our industry partners and our community partners helping us and helping our students. So I was really proud to be there. And it was generously hosted by our partners at McKinstry. So thank you to McKinstry. And thank you to the Jeffco Schools Foundation for that awesome event. Another event I want to mention is the Public Education and Business Coalition Colorado Education Workforce Forum. Dr. Kim was our Jeffco rep at this event, and she served on a panel with other superintendents, rural and suburban and urban. And the panel engaged with other folks on critical issues affecting all districts across the state, including learning loss and workforce shortages. When the board met last month, we had just begun to socialize the Jeffco Thrives 2025 framework with district leaders. And since then, we have held 2 meetings of the Jeffco Thrives 2025 Alliance. We had almost 50 members of the community attend each session. We have had 2 more meetings. We have 2 more meetings coming up in May. And we're getting really valuable feedback that we will be incorporating prior to the August 2022 launch. And obviously in August 2022, just based on, I know our community's strong interest in accountability, we will be talking with you all, our board, about goals and metrics for monitoring progress. Beyond the Alliance, we've been presenting the framework to district committees like the DAC, our Financial Oversight Committee, and I was able to present, thank you to Jansen Tidmore for giving me some time on the agenda, at the Jeffco Economic Development Council in April. And I know you guys are having great conversations about this and other things at your town halls, so thank you for hosting those for our community. I want to conclude my update today by talking about 3 events that I feel really exemplify who we are in Jeffco. Columbine High School students, I'm so proud of them, led the 6th annual day of service on April 20th. This year, this is like staggering, more than 1,200 Columbine students and staff spent the day working on more than 50 community outreach service projects around Metro Denver and in Jeffco. I know that some students were even as far as Aurora, working on a farm with service animals. And I know several of you also participated in the day of service. It was, I think, Principal Christie told me, the largest day of participation in 6 years. I'm so proud of the Columbine community. On April 28th, the district held its first ever #BetterTogether Day. 90 Ed Center staff visited 120 schools. Thank you to the Ed Center for being in our schools this day and experiencing the Better Together Day with our school-based staff. There were so many wonderful and creative events on this day. Some schools served food. I got to eat crepes, by the way, made by a fax class, which was awesome. Coffee, they served coffee to staff, and staff received certificates of recognition and postcards from colleagues across the district expressing gratitude. And one of our elementary schools, this is really cute, they held a field day that was hosted by the area high school football players who all had their jerseys on and were all helping with the different activities at the elementary field day. It was a joyous day filled with celebrations of our wonderful Jeffco employees, students, and community. And finally, last night, 18 students attended the district's inaugural capstone presentation and award. I've mentioned that before. It was an incredible event, especially the student panel. And I guess I have to end by just saying, Happy Teacher Appreciation Week. I was a teacher. I value our teachers. I get it. I know it's hard. And I invite our teachers to partner with me and my team and our amazing board, who is the courage to do the hard work. And I'm really, really hopeful that over time we can create bridges of collaboration, support, and understanding for everyone in our community. So happy Teacher Appreciation Day. I know schools did wonderful things to celebrate their staff. So thank you also to our principals and our support staff for all the things that they did for our teachers this week.
Thanks so much, Superintendent Dorland. Board members, it's our opportunity to share with one another what we have, what mischief we've gotten up to over the last month. Is there anyone that would like to start and briefly share what they've been doing? I will look at nobody in the eye. Okay, Director Reed.
All right. So on April 12th, I had the privilege of doing a town hall at Evergreen High School. And so it was very good to hear from community members. I was especially pleased that we had a number of students there. And so I had a chance to hear their feedback regarding extracurriculars and electives that are very important to them, and the desire for greater academic challenge that gives us some of our direction that we need from the right people, our kids. Excellent feedback on mission, vision, and values, and what I heard from people is that they want concrete action and not just high ideals. I heard many community members express concern about our educators and our school staff in general. They see the strong connection between thriving schools and thriving educators. And I think it's important that our educators in our community are on the same page when it comes to that. We had a chance as a board to visit the Frank DeAngelis Community Safety Center. And I don't know if everyone necessarily knows, but we do have a nationally recognized safety team here in Jefferson County. And we do provide a valuable national resource for training. And these should be real sources of pride. And John McDonald does an amazing job. We also had a chance to go to Alameda High School and tour there. And I would imagine Ms. Miller may be talking about this as well, but I was just so impressed by coming to understand what Stride offers to some of our communities in terms of offering our students healthcare, mental health care, physical health care, things that are really important for them in their communities. And I was able to visit Warren Tech South, which was fabulous. Saw kids in an aviation program who are actually building a plane right there. Flight simulators, very cool. Chatted with students who are in physical therapy and others that are in the live sound and event production programs. And I'll tell you something, their engagement and their enthusiasm were just through the roof. And it's so exciting to see our kids so excited about what they're doing in their education. I also had the chance to visit West Jefferson Elementary, Divinity, the Connections Learning Center. Everywhere I go, I see kids involved in active problem solving together, which I think is just, it's really excellent. Gone are the days when kids sat in seats and teachers tried to stuff information into them. Our teachers are just amazing at drawing wisdom and intelligence from our students, and it's exciting to watch. It was also very cool getting to be at Connections when they met the person who is going to be their new principal. It's obvious that this is a community that feels like family to each other, and that's really important because they work with some of our toughest kids. In terms of negotiations, I have to say that I was really impressed by the engagement of our educators with the standing room only negotiation session on April 27th. Very impressed with the number of educators here tonight. In advocating for themselves, our educators advocate for their students, and they model the importance of advocacy. So I very much appreciate that. And to build on what Superintendent Dorland said, I absolutely believe that we can work together as a team. When I was campaigning and I had a chance to chat with some of our administrators, I was asked what I thought was a rather distressing question, which was how would I resolve the dichotomy sort of being in the role of central administration in sort of opposition to the associations. And I didn't understand that because to me, we're members of the same team. And I do think that there have been too many times in the last few years that has been treated as an oppositional relationship by both sides. And I am very heartened at the idea of not having it be that way anymore and working on things together because we really, I know it's going to sound so freaking cheesy, but we are better together. And I think we can do it.
I did a lot this last month. I did observe both online and in person the JCEA negotiations and JESPA negotiations. I participated in the Columbine Day of Service. I went to Blue Heron and we worked in their garden, which was a lot of fun. I also attended the first two sessions of Jeffco Thrives. And I have to say that looking back on the first two sessions, I feel like it was very evident that the whole community is still in trauma over the last, maybe since 2014 even, because there was so much emphasis on mental health and support and coming together and so forth. So I'm so glad that we're doing this and we're getting the community to give us their input. I attended 2 nights of teacher appreciation by graduating students from Columbine, Chatfield, and Dakota Ridge at the Columbine stake of the Church of Latter-day Saints. And it was wonderful because not only were the kids being celebrated for graduation, but they were showing a teacher how much they appreciated what they had done for them. One student even picked a preschool teacher. So that was pretty impressive. It was great. It was like the best, start of the best part of the school year. I went on school visits to Kendallview, Pfeiffer, Westgate, Red Rocks, Aidenbrook Classical Academy, and Peak Montessori. So I'm really happy to say I've gotten to all the schools in District 5. I attended a couple of events at the Better Together Day. I went to Westgate Family Night, which was just wonderful. It was just so much fun. I'm glad they had really good weather for it. And on that same night, I went from there to Summit Ridge's Community Project Day, where they had their IB students present their projects. And that was really fun, too, which was kind of a preparation for last night for the seniors' capstone projects. So as I said, this is the best time of year, I think, for seeing the success stories and being hopeful for the future. I attended the Outdoor Lab Foundation Appreciation, and I'm looking forward to the groundbreaking for the new Windy Peak and Mount Evans. Thank you, Mount Evans campuses. That's coming up in next week, I think. And I attended a presentation at Wilmot Elementary School, which it was to 4th and 5th graders, and I was really proud to be able to connect the 4th grade teacher with unaccompanied minor immigrant from Uganda, who I'm mentoring. And since Uganda is right next to Sudan, and the book the students had read was A Long Walk to Water by the Lost Boys. And Wilmot Elementary School has a fundraising project, Clean Water for South Sudan. So my friend, my mentee, Suzanne, I think she just really intrigued the students. They were so engaged, asking her what life was like. Also, I attended a fire investigation at Warren Tech, where they brought together the fire science class and the forensic investigation and criminal justice, and also some of their shop workers who built the structures that they then put on fire. So that was a lot of fun. And as they said, COVID made it impossible to do for the last 2 years. And then we had all the winds and high fire danger. So the lucky thing was that it was actually raining on the day they did this. And I did attend a town hall with Ms. Miller, which was really fun and engaging. And then the Capstone Project Awards last night, as I said, was really the capstone of the month. So I was really excited to do that. And I do want to say, again, my appreciation, too, for everybody who came tonight to talk to us and give us your perspective. And I truly appreciate teachers. I appreciate all the school support staff. So thank you for what you do.
Yeah, now I'll go this way.
Thank you. I'll be short and sweet. I want to thank Principal Jim McKinney over at Mole Home, who invited me to come over and join the festivities last Friday with kind of a celebration. And we did, well, I should say they did wonderful chalk writing, and the Lobos are just an amazing crowd. And I appreciate the teacher from Mole Home who was here this evening. That group is an amazing group of people that have been taking care of some of our most impacted students. And I really appreciate all the work that's being done in that area. I also appreciate that we got a chance to walk Stride together, or to walk with Susie to talk about Stride. That has been a hot button for me for a while, and I'm really thankful that we all took the time to go and talk with her about how valuable that program or that facility and the services that provide that community. And I'm excited to see, what can be for the Alameda junior, senior high school community. I also wanted to thank the Arvada Church of Latter-day Saints. I can't remember the exact slate, but it was wonderful to be there with children that were honoring their teachers. And I must say it was very interesting that a number of the children that were graduating were looking back to their teachers from their sophomore year, because that was their touch point for COVID. And so that was a kind of an eye-opening aha moment. There certainly were ones that went back to preschool, or not preschool, but elementary. But I would say half of them really were connected with their teachers from their sophomore year. So that was a poignant moment. And I also want to thank Ms. Parker for joining us, a number of the teachers that were, and staff that were at the Alameda Junior Senior Town Hall. We're here this evening, and we really appreciated everybody coming out and talking with us and discussing the challenges that we have ahead of us. We are going to have to face realities and do the work together. We can't do it apart. And that's, as long as we keep the focus on our children, centered always with the work that we do, recognizing that all of us in support, and our teachers supporting, and our staff supporting the children, that's the work that we are called to do as a school system. And I think that's really all I had. So thank you.
Okay, I will. I think I have my voice back tonight, so I'm happy for that. I just wanted to start with thank you to our teachers for all the hard work that you do and the work that you're doing on negotiations and coming, both the teachers and staff, to this board meeting, all the time you spend sending emails and reaching out to us. It's an enormous amount of time, and I know it's outside of your day. So I just want to say thank you. I really am reminded all the time of the link between our teachers and the kids and all the people who are supporting in classrooms and the outcomes for our kids. So I'm just very grateful today for all the public comment and encouragement for support for our district. I also wanted to thank John McDonald and our visit and his staff for our visit to the DeAngelis Center for Community Safety. It was an impressive place. I think you said it's not great that that's the thing, one of our things that we're most nationally recognized in terms of why, but we are nationally recognized in this area, and it's a lot to do with your leadership on that. I thought I spent a lot of time in schools till I heard you all. But I've spent a lot of time in musical theaters. I got to go to choir performances, Shark Tank competitions. And besides that the kids are just amazing in all of these ways, I was really struck by our teachers. Like every single teacher or administrator or staff that was there volunteering outside of their school day for, well, not all of them, but almost all of these. And it's just amazing to me when I think about the time that they're spending and watching the kids. It's like what childhood is all about. So that was really great. Just a couple more things. I won't mention all the things that we've all attended together. But I was thinking about this. I've visited 26 schools this semester, 6 of our charter schools and 20 of our neighborhood schools, and it's just been the work and the experience that I needed to kind of get oriented to this position. And so thanks to all the principals and staff, I have visited many, many kitchens and many classrooms, and I just have a new perspective on some things because of that. So that's it. I wanted to end with just one thing. This week was Move to School Day. I didn't actually know that was a thing. I don't know if it's just our school that did it, but it was so cute because it rained that day, and all these kids were walking to school with their families, and some of them parking like just around the corner. And then we all learned that somehow it was rescheduled for tomorrow because of the rain. So it just was kind of a fun one of those, like, look at all the families doing this thing together, and we'll do it again. So it's been a really good month with being inside schools. Thanks.
Great. Well, I'll just round us off. I've had a lot of opportunities to sort of dig into the different facilities and programming and opportunities as a board moving forward. So as you mentioned, I won't go over those again. I wanted to say a big congratulations to the Jeffco Schools Foundation, not only for the high school art show that Superintendent Dorland and I were able to attend together to sort of recognize and award students there, but also their big sort of fundraising gala is coming up soon, and they sold out, it's a hot ticket. And it's a really important organization. I say that flippantly, but it's a very important organization and partnership for the district. So I'm very excited and proud to be part of that. I wanted to remind anyone in District 3 that I think it's the last town hall. Is anyone after me? Never mind. Another town hall is coming up, and Director Miller and I will be there at Arvada West High School from 7:30, that's not even the right time, from 9:30 to 11 a.m. So please do come. As people have mentioned, it's really important for us to get as much feedback as possible and be able to be responsive to our community. And then the last thing I will say, that beyond speaking of school visits, is there was International Night, which was also on the last Friday at Everett Middle School, and they have a very rich and diverse student population at Everett and families from all over the place. And my kids go there as well. And so we had essentially churro making fiasco in our kitchen, but it was an amazing opportunity for the kids to be able to go through from their language classes, from social studies, from across the curriculum, and kind of really build it into International Night and serve food with their peers and be among family and the community. And talk about a hot ticket. That is a good event. So if you ever want to go to International Night at Everett Middle School, it's the place to be. All right, so we will move forward. I think we're going to spend just a few minutes to be able to get our legislative lobbyist, Ed Bowditch, on the line, and then we will reconvene once we have him on our screen. Thank you all, board members, Superintendent Dorland. It's good to hear what everyone's been up to. Can you tell I'm stalling? This is kind of what I do. We'll just take a break. Bye. Great. Welcome, Mr. Bowditch. We're starting that over again. So now we're on live stream. We are happy to have you here and learn what's happening down at the Capitol and engage in some dialogue around legislation that may be relevant to Jeffco and our school district. So I'll turn it over to you to begin our conversation and point out any highlights you would like, and then we can open it up for discussion.
Thank you so much, and good evening, everybody. Happy day 114. The legislature will adjourn next Wednesday, and they can meet up until midnight and then no longer after that. So it has been a busy session. The most important thing is always the funding. And this year, the School Finance Act does contain the buy down of the budget stabilization factor of $182 million. When that all plays out in the school finance formula for Jeffco, that's about a 4% increase in total program funding. That includes the funding for Jeffco's charter schools. And so that bill has passed the House. It was stalled earlier this week, but now it's zipping through the Senate, and I expect final Senate action tomorrow, and then it will be off to the governor shortly thereafter. I'm not anticipating any changes to that bill. The other major funding issue is Senate Bill 127, and that is the increase in special education funding. As originally introduced, that contained an increase of $90 million for special education. That got dialed back just a little bit to $80 million. But still, you just kind of shake your head at that level of increase. I know a few years ago, everyone wanted to put more money into special education, and we were fighting for increases of $10 to $15 million. So to see an increase of $80 million in 1 year is quite substantial. And remember, special education, the funding is a partnership between the federal government, the state government, and the district. And if either of those first two partners, the federal government or the state government, don't put in their share, then the district just has to pick up the cost. So an increase in funding from the state will allow the district more flexibility. So everyone is quite pleased with both the School Finance Act and the special education increase in funding. Moving on down, and unless there are any questions specifically on the budget, I'm happy to entertain those, and then I can go into some of the key pieces of legislation.
Board, are there any questions? Mr. Bowditch, yep, you can roll along.
Okay, and we can talk about anything later on as well. In terms of the flavored tobacco regulation, House Bill 1064, when I was with you earlier during the session, the board did vote to take a support position of that bill. That's House Bill 1064, to prohibit the flavored vaping products in the state. This bill has had a long journey. It was introduced on January 14th, the first few days of the session, and it finally passed the first house of the legislature yesterday. It hasn't even been introduced in the Senate yet. As you can imagine, a bill of this magnitude, when it did come up for a public hearing, those public hearings typically took 3 to 4 hours. Lots of retailers coming in explaining their opposition, and lots of parents and public health issues saying that something needed to be done. It was a bill that some legislators said they had never been more lobbied on by different people than that bill. It passed yesterday, the House 35 to 27. Governor Polis has expressed reservations about the bill. He thinks this should be an issue handled locally, even though a number of local governments have come out and said you can't handle this locally with a geographic boundary. You know, young people can just cross the line and access these products. Given the late date of the session and the fact that it hasn't even been introduced in the Senate yet, I don't think it is likely that this bill will make it through this session. Now, I'm wrong a lot at the Capitol. We'll see. But at this point, given the time that's left, I think it would have a tough time getting through. That is House Bill 1064. Couple of school safety bills, 1120 and 1243, recreates a school safety grant program and provides some money for that. Seem to be very positive, mostly bipartisan bills. Two bills that I wanted to mention. 1358 was introduced a couple of weeks ago about testing for lead in school and child care drinking water. The original bill was quite comprehensive. As happens a lot, this bill got dialed back a bit. So now the bill requires testing in child care facilities and in any school that serves K through 5. And if there is detected lead above a certain amount, the bill requires remediation. The first year of testing costs and the first year of remediation are supposed to be covered by the appropriations in the bill. The fact that it didn't require ongoing testing and really focused the testing on the lower grades got a lot of people to neutral on this bill. So that one seems to be moving forward.
Mr.
Last year, yes.
So sorry. I'm wondering if they costed out after you said the first year or two would be, or intended to be covered through the appropriations. Was there a cost estimate? And I didn't read the fiscal note for ongoing responsibility for districts.
No, there hasn't been. That's a very good question. And there is some concern there about what happens if you have, it might be an older school with older lead pipes. What do you do if the remediation needs to be modified in year 3, 4, or 5? That has not been costed out. And again, that's an excellent question, and that has been raised. But I think it's, obviously everyone can agree on wanting to address the problem. It's just how you go about doing that.
Thank you.
You would remember a year ago, there was a vigorous debate about a school safety bill and a student safety bill. The bill was introduced, got a lot of media attention. The bill was dealt with school resource officers, data collections, and so on. The bill was pulled before its first committee. This year's bill, House Bill 1376, with the title Supportive Learning Environments for K-12 Students, is a really much more moderate measure trying to get at some school safety and school security issues. It does focus on data standardization. That's an area that a lot of people would say has been lacking in the school safety and school discipline world, that districts don't have consistent data, sometimes even within a district, but certainly comparing one district to the next. So the bill requires some data standardization by CDE, and they'll be working over the next year to put that together. The bill gives CDE some enforcement authority over investigations and decisions with regards to restraints on students and when those restraints have been used. Talks about prohibits certain types of restraints and use of handcuffs. And then it directs the Peace Officer Standards and Training Board, the POST board that certifies all law enforcement officers in the state, to create a model policy for school resource officers and districts. The bill requires SROs to be fully trained in the best practices as set forth by the National Association of SROs. But the model policy is not a requirement, but it is a policy that will be distributed to school districts. So you can see this year's bill does contain, as I said, some data requirements, some training, but it's not the comprehensive bill that was introduced a year ago. Now, having said all that, the bill did pass the House, but it is not moving with lightning speed through the Senate. So we'll have to see if this one makes it all the way through.
I have a quick question about that one too, and I'm wondering if this may be for a follow-up, but from either Mr. McDonald or Mr. Bell, I'm wondering if you all have had an opportunity to look through this bill. Is there anything that, from the Jeffco Public Schools perspective for safety and security, that you feel like we would need to know as a board moving forward? And if you don't have to know the ins and outs of it right now, but I'd love just your perspective on it if you do.
Thank you. I had a chance to take a look at the bill, and certainly much better than last year's. There is some concern about what SROs will be able to do, what school safety officials will do, and there was a change to how long a student could be placed in a hold, and they wanted to reduce that to 1 minute. Now, students that are out of control and really struggling sometimes need more than a minute. And I think that's one of the concerns that the Senate has, and I'm hoping that they address that before they pass it. We have a lot of kids right now that are struggling and out of control. And while we don't use a lot of mechanical restraints, sometimes we need to be able to hold them in place and control them. And there's a concern about whether we're still going to be able to do that.
Thank you. Great. All right. Thank you, Mr. Bowditch.
Sure. Then we get into healthy meals for all public school students. There are 2 bills in this area. The second one is the one that's active right now, and that's House Bill 1414. The earlier bill this session would have had the state, well, let me back up. Right now, the state pays for free lunch for those students who are eligible, and the state pays for the cost for lunch for those students who qualify for the reduced price lunch. This is a change from a few years ago when if you had a student who qualified for the reduced price lunch, they would have to bring 40 cents a day. And the state finally just said, you know what, the state will just pick up for that cost as well. These are families who earn just above the income limit for the free lunch. This bill, House Bill 1414, is the second of 2 school lunch bills. The first one, Senate Bill 87, stalled because of the price tag. Senate Bill 87 would have had the state pick up the cost for lunch for everybody, regardless of a student's and a family's economic background. That bill costs approximately $120 million. Now, a lot of people said, great concept. It would get rid of the stigma of some kids going to the free lunch and the reduced lunch facilities. They didn't like doing that. The stigma attached to that. Provide maybe more healthy meal options. Great idea, but where do you come up with $120 million? So that bill stalled. This bill was introduced, I think, late last week, House Bill 1414, which submits a question to the voters in November to say, can we adjust the deductions that Coloradans can take on their taxes in order to raise roughly $100 million to pay for the free lunch for all students. This bill has passed the House committees and has passed the House second reading, still has to go through the Senate, and would still need to be adopted by the voters in November. Those are a couple of steep hurdles yet to happen for this bill. I don't know if it will make it through the entire legislative process, and then how do you predict what the voters would do for something like this? There's another linkage to this, that the state currently uses students eligible for free lunch and reduced lunch as a proxy for at-risk students that they used in the School Finance Act. And the state is trying to move away from that. So that just layers another issue on top of this. Certainly the school nutrition folks would love to get away from that linkage of certifying students that are then counted as at risk. They just want to end up going back to serving meals at schools. So there's a lot of issues with this. Again, it will be up for its final vote in the House tomorrow and then over to the Senate side. That concludes kind of the primary bills I wanted to go over. I did receive one question about Senate Bill 197, and this has to do with innovation schools. There's been a little bit, and my Senate Bill 197 is just listed down on the other bills. I think Jeffco only has one school listed as an innovation school. It's not something that the district has pursued. Lots of Denver schools are like this. There was a disagreement about private entities that were hired to run innovation schools and what happens if there's a dispute between a school board that hires a private entity to run an innovation school or a group of schools and the school board. And for a while, this bill had an appeal made to the State Board of Education, but I'm told there's language being worked out saying that the State Board can get information, it can be appealed, but they don't have ruling authority. So I think the sides are coming to an agreement on what to do with those innovation schools when there is a private entity, either for-profit or nonprofit, that is involved with running some of the schools. Since it really didn't affect us, I didn't follow the bill too closely, but it is something that came up in the last couple of weeks, but I think things are being worked out. When we get to any other questions that anybody has, I do want to talk about a property tax issue that is going on that you may have read about as well. But we can talk about other legislation first before I talk about kind of property taxes.
Mr. Bowditch, I have a question. The HB 221414 you mentioned that may be referred to the voters to help with meals. There's also an initiative being proposed, and I'm not sure the group that's doing it, but it would also put it to the voters in a similar manner to eliminate the cap, the Tabor cap, that would allow schools to use money for other purposes, not just the healthy meals. Are you familiar with those efforts?
Yes, I believe I'm familiar with them. So there have been a number of education initiatives submitted to the Title Board and submitted to the Secretary of State's office. Some of them, there's some, I think, and I'm not certain about this, I think they're coming from Hunger Free Colorado, that would have done something similar to House Bill 1414. Submit a question to the voters, which is where this measure is designed to do, just through an initiative rather than, or through a referendum rather than an initiative. Then there is a measure from, I believe, from Great Education Colorado that is asking the voters to take part of the Tabor refund, if I understand it correctly, and allocate that for schools. And as you point out, with much less restrictions than what House Bill 1414 has. And I believe they're in the process of trying to get approval for signatures. And I don't think that has happened yet. I don't think they've been approved to go out and start collecting signatures on that.
Thank you.
And on that issue, I mean, certainly, I think when they start collecting signatures, the board could weigh in on that. Probably not before they're approved to do that, but that's certainly up to the board.
Board members, any other questions for Mr. Bowditch? Okay, Mr. Bowditch, is there any, yep, go ahead.
Can we talk property taxes just for a minute?
Yep, who doesn't want to do that? Yep, go for it.
Property taxes, thank you. So there are a couple of measures that have been proposed for the fall 2022 ballot for this November that would limit the assessed value of properties in Colorado. One of them that's getting a lot of attention would place a limit of 3% or inflation, whichever is lower, on every assessed value of every property. Some people have said this would be like putting a Tabor cap on every piece of property. Other people have said, well, gosh, I mean, to be fair, with the run-up in real estate values, if we're not careful for either residential or non-residential, people are going to be priced out of their homes and businesses because properties values have gone up substantially. If the 3% cap is put into statute, is put into the Constitution, that would place an arbitrary cap on real estate taxes and obviously impact the revenue collections for any entity that has a mill levy. Some cities, almost all counties, special districts, and of course school districts. The estimate for schools is that if this passes, the state backfill would need to increase by 300 to 350 million for next year. Now, on the flip side, I want to say the voters would be getting more money in their pocketbooks. To be fair, I don't want to imply that this is certainly a one-sided debate. And for many people who are struggling economically, to get a lower, to get some sort of a cap on their property taxes would certainly help them. So I want to be fair to the proponents who are saying that as well. In response to this, to avoid this going into the Constitution, a group of legislators led by Senator Chris Hansen of Denver and Bob Rankin of Western Colorado is trying to push two measures that would reduce for a year and partially a second year the assessment rates for residential and non-residential property and provide some tax relief in an effort to broker a compromise and to get this measure to be withdrawn from consideration for the ballot. At this point, I was told a few days ago there was a deal. I'm not sure there's a deal right now. I think there's still a lot to be worked out on these measures. For local governments that, a county, for example, that has a mill levy, if the state reduces the assessment rates, there would be some state backfill to the counties depending on size and whatnot. Part of the challenge and part of what's going on is the estimated increase in assessed value for next year is something like 19% for residential properties statewide and 11% for non-residential for next year. So there are going to be significant increases in the assessed value for next year if nothing changes. So that's a lot that I kind of put onto the presentation, but I wanted to let you know that this debate is going on at the Capitol.
Yeah, I'm like, nah, but my eyeballs just got really large when you said some of those numbers. Questions, comments for Mr. Bowditch, and thank you for keeping us informed about both current and kind of in the near future pieces of legislation and workings that are going on at the Capitol. Board members, anything to follow up on? All right, I think that we're good. Thank you so much for your work representing Jeffco Public Schools. And as always, if questions emerge, we will follow up with you offline. Are you still there?
I look forward to hearing any questions anybody may have, and I appreciate the ability to Zoom in tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, board members, we're going to, move on. We've allocated 10 minutes for a brief update on two items for action on our consent agenda tonight. At our last regular meeting on April 7th, the Board of Education approved a contract with, is it Houghton? Do you say Houghton?
Houghton Mifflin.
Yeah, that word makes me uncomfortable. Houghton Mifflin Harcourt for literacy curriculum materials. The district will provide information related to a contract amendment to purchase professional development resources aligned with the curriculum to provide training on adoption of the curriculum. And in addition to the illustrative math curriculum materials contract, the board approved on April 7th, which will be used by a majority of schools. The district is asking the board to expand the math approved materials list to include 3 additional curricula that were recommended in the recent RFP process to provide schools with options that align to their delivery model and philosophy around mathematics. So Superintendent Derlin, is there anything that you'd like to add before we turn it over to Dr. Kim and Ms. Nicothodes?
No, this is a further update for you all so that you had questions about the implementation planning. And so we wanted to make sure and come back to you, give you some information so that you understood what was on the consent agenda this evening.
Great, we will turn it over to you. Welcome.
Thank you, board members, for letting us speak to you this evening. I think this is part 3 on our part as we've begun to work through the adoption, supporting our ERD staff in not only the RFP process, but certainly the process of bringing it forward to you for approval. Tonight, Ms. Nicothodes is going to talk to you about the professional learning. Specifically, a couple of you asked for specifics around how will we roll this out and how will we support teachers in their not only learning to utilize the materials, but certainly through professional learning. And so she'll talk you through that and then talk you through a couple of the math curricular materials as Superintendent Dorland expressed, that were a part of that RFP process in order to give schools the opportunity to choose materials that have been approved through CDE and are aligned to our state standards. Ms. Nicothodis?
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Dorland. My name is Renee Nicothodis, and I work as the Chief Academic Officer here in Jeffco Public Schools. And I'm very happy to be here with you tonight to provide you with the newest update about what's happening with all things literacy behind the scenes, and specifically around supports for the implementation of our new resources. If you remember the last time I was here with you, we talked about resources and the importance of providing high quality instructional materials for our teachers. This evening, I'm here to talk to you about another component of an overall system that we're putting into place that includes all of these things that you see on this slide, but tonight specifically around professional learning. Whenever we think about teacher support, we typically think through these three pillars of training or professional learning, and then planning to then use the new learning, and then coaching and ongoing feedback as teachers work through that cycle of implementation. All of these things need to work in tandem to support effective implementation of resources as well. I'll just read this out loud. It's important to remember for successful curriculum implementation, one of the pitfalls many systems encounter is viewing training as a one-time activity, providing initial training for teachers and coaches and leaders when a curriculum is first adopted and implemented, but not having a plan to provide ongoing training to continuously improve implementation. The most successful systems engage in continuous professional learning in response to evolving teacher needs to strengthen their use and implementation of the materials over time. So I will share with you how we are planning out different types of supports for implementation tonight. This provides a higher level overview of the 4 types of supports that we're planning for, and further in the agenda tonight, we are asking you to approve a consent agenda item for our purchasing contract to enter into with our vendor to provide vendor-provided training, which is a critical first step in initial training around the materials. And the benefit of that is that the developers know their resources better than anyone and can provide that consistent getting started message for how to use the materials and make recommendations around best practices. So an important component of an overall plan for support. In a few minutes, I'll go a little bit deeper into each of these, but you'll see the next type of support that we're planning for is a central implementation team. And this will involve, be a larger group of cross-functional folks, Jeffco staff from different departments. And the beauty of that is that these folks will build their capacity to support over time as we have new teachers in our system. Bless you. And they can also ensure that the way that materials are being used are aligned to our vision and our Jeffco context. The next layer of support that we'll be planning for is instructional coaching and instructional leadership from our principals. This is very critical. As we know, job embedded learning and feedback, coaching and feedback is one of the most important parts of teacher learning and the most effective. And so we'll be looking to folks in those roles to very much support our teachers on the ground every day. And they also have the opportunity to see how materials are used across classrooms so they can create that vertical coherence within a building. And then finally, we'll talk a little bit about learning experiences, is what we're calling them, but these are really more customized opportunities for our staff to go a little bit deeper with certain components or things that they want to study as a staff. And examples of this would be learning labs or communities of practice, peer learning networks, meetups, for topics of interest. So those are the 4 types of support that we're planning for that we'll continue to work through over the next several years. So just to provide a little more detail on each of those, this is what the vendor-provided services will look like. And you can see April 29th, last Friday, we had a very successful day of initial orientation and training introduction, really, to the materials with our vendors. They met with our central teams, our instructional coaches, our literacy interventionists, and our principals. Our principals and coaches came together in the afternoon in this room to work through the materials. And then we started talking about the expectations that will come with implementation. And we will be identifying must-dos and can-dos as far as how this resource will be used. So we could continue on that path of consistency and coherence. For example, we don't want a kindergarten teacher in a building to say, I'm going to skip this section. And another kindergarten teacher in the same building potentially saying, I'm going to do that section of the materials. And then those kids funnel into first grade with very different exposures and learning experiences. And that's what we want to avoid by setting some very clear expectations as far as you can't skip this. If we want to improve student outcomes, this is a critical component. And sometimes as people are learning new materials, it can be easy to do that if you don't yet know the purpose behind the materials and the different parts to it. And then the next vendor-provided service training that we'll have, it will be on May 26th. This is a 2-hour virtual training for all of our teachers. And again, it's a materials overview. And this session was actually put together based on feedback from our Cohort 1 schools this year, who said last year we got together in August and we got all the materials and we got introduced to them all. And our teachers didn't really have a lot of time to plan for instruction. And it was, a few days before school was starting. So we've set this up this year in May to get past that initial orientation to the materials. So when we come back in August, you can see that's the getting started sessions here. That will be grade banded. So they'll get together with other kindergarten teachers, other first grade teachers as they're learning the resources and actually planning for their first couple of units of instruction. And then throughout the year, we'll also be provided blended coaching sessions. Those will be scheduled twice for each school. And all of these supports are intended to provide support for about 70 of our schools, 70 plus of our schools that are using interreading. Our Cohort 1 schools will be just getting training around the writing component of interreading. And then our other schools, of course, are coming on with the reading. So these will be twice a year. Every school will get those. And there's also follow-up sessions that will be scheduled after those coaching sessions. So that's what the vendor-provided services will look like for us. And again, just one component of an overall support plan. And I mentioned the Central Implementation Support Team. I'm going to skip to who's on the team first, and I'll come back to the roles and responsibilities. But this is a cross-functional team, and you can see the different roles that would be represented here. And each of these roles, each team member would have a data collection responsibility. And I'll go with community superintendents, for example. They'll be trained using an observation tool to look for things that would indicate high quality implementation, and they'll be doing walkthroughs in buildings with their principals and collecting this data over the course of each trimester. So at the end of the first trimester, this group, they will have different data pieces they'll be collecting things around. And they'll come together as a team and talk about what are the different things we've seen during our data collection. For example, instructional coaches would be collecting data around teacher support needs. What are the challenges that our teachers that we're really having to support more with? So this team would come together, look at their data every 12 weeks and say, what are the trends we're seeing across the system and how do we respond as a system? What kind of professional learning do we need to put together for folks? What clarifying questions can we answer for the field? But they will come up with some type of a response plan based on the data they've collected, and then they'll go back into the field and do the same thing for the second trimester and again in the third trimester. So it's kind of that catch and release with data collected at the school level. And again, you can see other things that they would be using the data. They would be considering the assessment implications. We're also working through a balanced assessment plan that considers our district assessments as well as curriculum-based measures, what kind of coaching and ongoing support and professional learning people might need. Then for instructional coaching and leadership, this is really about our principals, providing that instructional leadership and our instructional coaches. And again, they have that view of the whole building and will really be able to support consistency of coherence within that and provide that support and ongoing guidance on a day-to-day basis. They will get kind of a training experience themselves, so they'll get additional training before teachers start back, and so they'll be prepared ahead of time a bit to support the implementation when everyone returns. And then finally, the customized learning experiences. We sent out a survey asking our principals, here's a list of things that typically implementation supports provide. Which of these would you be interested in for your school next year? Or which have you had positive experiences with in the past through other implementations? And then you can see here the responses from our principals. So we will be providing these customized learning experiences for our schools on an as-needed basis. So they might sign up for a particular learning lab that has to do with something that their school is studying. Okay, and then all of these supports will be built into our year-long professional learning plan. And you can see this is where we're at right now as far as how we've gotten that started, and then we'll continue to build this out before the upcoming school year. So what questions do you have?
All right, and I forgot to ask Superintendent Dorland, is there anything that you wanted to contribute before I turn it over to the board? Okay, Director Reed.
So it looks like there's a lot of great stuff here. Here's my really deep concern. By the time they've done all of these professional development experiences and all of these PLCs, are we making sure that they have time to actually plan and grade and do the things they need to do? Because I think that what we often have happen is we say, well, this is the time that we have set aside for teachers to do this stuff. We'll fill it all up, and then they can just do all their planning and grading at home. And it's just not going to work.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If I go back to that very first slide, one of those 5 things that an effective system has in place is time. You can see that's the very bottom bullet.
Time that teachers can, not time that you get to decide always how to fill.
Yeah, absolutely. And all of these opportunities that we'll be providing, if you look, the vendor provided training is really the only time out of their classrooms when they would be getting that direct training. The central implementation support team is working during the day while teachers are teaching classes, collecting different types of feedback. Coaching happens during the day in the schools. So there's very few of these that we would be pulling people off the floor for learning experiences or taking their planning time to do.
Right. That's the thing, is that it's not just pulling them out of classes. Like, I want teachers to have time to sit in their room by themselves at their desk to plan and grade.
I understand, and so do I, and we're having great conversations about how we provide more time right now. Yeah. We do need it. It's absolutely a need.
Thanks, Director Reed. Anyone else have questions, clarification for our friends? Yes, Director Miller.
So I appreciate all of the implementation process and what we're getting from the vendor, and I'm going to go back in history to math expressions, and we had a similar structure in place. We had math expressions come in, we had the vendor training for that year, and then over time we just kind of stopped the process. And so my question is, from your all's perspective, how do we not fall into that same situation, because we didn't realize what we thought we were going to get from math expressions, and we're now back here talking about math programs in a little bit. So this is a great first year, and then how is that going to be continued moving forward?
We continue to prioritize it, obviously, but I will point to instructional coaching and instructional leadership as a constant, and that's why that is such a critical component of implementation. Our principals and our coaches are the ongoing job-embedded daily support for teachers, and we continue to provide training for them, and they continue to provide ongoing support for our staff. But as this is not a 2-year or 3-year, it's a 3 to 5 year implementation as we continue to go deeper with learning with teachers and understand what the needs are to strengthen the implementation over time. It's not a quick thing. And these are resources that we have in place right now. And I know for the math, I studied the program evaluation for math expressions. And I know after the first 2 years, supports were pulled, TOSAs were cut back due to budget things. So a lot of the initial supports that were in place for that after 2 years were pulled, resulting in a lack of sustainability.
And so when we talk about these will be the people that are the instructional coaches and the principals, are they the ones who then will be accountable for the implementation and what the outcomes are for those individual schools? That will tie up to the community superintendents so that everybody knows who's accountable along the way. Okay, great. And then I just had one more question, and that is, I understand there's coaching and we're helping with the implementation and the work for giving the supports for the teachers that they need. How do we help evaluate their work and implementation and giving them feedback? Or is that part of the walkthroughs and then they'll get something that comes back to them from the principal on one-on-one conversations?
Yeah.
What would that look like?
That's absolutely part of that, the walkthroughs, part of teacher evaluation as well. We're also developing evidence-based practices that we're lifting up as all teachers will know and be able to do, and we'll provide the support so that they can do those things successfully. Our principals will be trained as far as how do you evaluate those? What does it look like when those things are done at an effective or highly effective level?
So would that be a rubric that teachers would be able to have and say, this is something I know I need to work on, and that would be part of and then they could get the support to help them be more effective in that specific area. Is that how that would be working?
Yeah, and that would be something we would need to work through, I think, with our staff. And our school staff's not creating a separate rubric outside of our teacher evaluation rubric, but we could take components of that and break that out to say that this is something we want all of our educators to know and be able to do. It's an evidence-based practice that we know will get solid student outcomes, improved student outcomes. So I think we just have to work through what that's going to look like and where that's going to live and not have an additional rubric that we're working from.
Right. I just want to be able to give some type of feedback so they can grow in the mastery of the work.
Yes.
And so walking through a classroom and not being able to say, hey, Susan, this is an area where we're encouraging you to be developing. And then being able to know in my PLC, I could seek somebody who's a master in that. Just wanting to make sure somehow we're giving feedback to our teachers so they can be growing in their profession and their art.
Well, one of the things I think that has to become more coherent is shared understanding and expectation of what does it look like when I'm doing it, or when we're working on it in class with students, what does this evidence-based practice mean? And teachers coming together and talking about that with one another is actually the best way to norm. Providing videos of model practice is another way. And our instructional coaches being normed on that to support teachers and go in. But we need to, like right now, I think partly because we don't have a resource, but also partly because we just haven't found the right coherence with reading instruction. We don't really even have a common language across schools that we're using in regard to reading instruction. Now, the science of reading training from CDE has helped with that. And we'll try to align to that also as we roll out this resource. But we need to start talking the same language even, and just being really clear in our expectations. So that's part of the work of becoming more systemic in this work with literacy.
And our goal right now is by the May 26th training for teachers when they're getting oriented to the materials is to be able to have those practices named and talking about the expectations around those and start planning out how we'll provide the training for folks so they know how to do that, what we're asking them to do.
I think Kim wants to jump in really quick on something.
I would add one more piece that it was an important question that you asked, Director Miller, and with regard to cycles of professional learning, we know we tend to go into adoptions and we go through a lot up front. And as Ms. Nicothotis pointed out in one of our first slides, it can't be a one and done with the vendor. Not only because learning is a process, but also because staffs are not static. And we recognize over time, we've got new teachers that come in and we've got to have a plan for ensuring that as we have new staff, we're also equipping them with the skills they need to be able to utilize the materials that we've adopted. So as we've talked about professional learning and ongoing plans, we've talked about specific cycles of how we do that to make sure that it isn't just by luck and happenstance you happen to be with us right now, so you get that, but 3 years from now you wouldn't. We've got to make sure that we provide that support ongoing.
It'll be part of our onboarding, our induction programs as teachers come in. or as they move schools, because you may move to a school within Jeffco that's using Wonders rather than into reading.
And so that's my last follow-up question, and that is, that's my concern, is that if we have, for example, 2 different programs we've got going on, and I have mobility of kiddos that are moving, is there consistency within our TICs that feed up to the middle to the high? Do I have different elementary schools and articulation areas using different reading materials? And so if I'm mobile and I'm moving between schools, and I'm just thinking along the Sheridan corridor and up through Arvada, I'm worried about getting lost with our kids.
And because we do have schools that have chosen to use, only a handful of schools that have chosen to use something outside of Into Reading, we are going, well, and some that have something like EL that they've had for years prior to this,
Right.
we are going to have some variability still within our TIC areas. But it's greatly reduced. We're going to have much more consistency and coherence, and that 77% of our schools are using the same resource at the elementary level at this point, or will be beginning of next year.
I have a question, a slight departure from this one, but excuse me. How many of our schools do not have an instructional coach?
I want to say 5 right now, but they might have a part-time coach, or they have an AP that's been designated as the instructional lead.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a few.
Okay, I do have, I mean, even if it's just a few, and I think some of these conversations will be addressed in our next presentation, but have concern about capacity, not just for educators and sort of taking away from the teacher time, but also our school-based administrators who we really want to be working with as an instructional leader in their school. And if there's not an instructional coach, or there's not the sort of supports, then it's putting a lot on and sort of an existing stress in our system. So I'm not sure what the answer to that is, but I would just encourage us to think about what we need to resource or provide support around if there are some of those schools that don't have the same staffing level as others. And so the sort of implementing with fidelity, I mean, beyond that, it's just like, you're not an octopus. So there's like only so much one person can do to do that.
Yeah, and we won't be able to cover all of where some of those gaps are, but I can tell you that our contingency planning right now around that issue is to train other folks within our system, like our GT resource teachers, our ESL tutors or resource teachers, different folks that also touch students, literacy interventionists. You may not have a coach, but you might have a literacy interventionist in your building. So trying to train other support folks that provide that for teachers in those buildings. Also assigning more TOSA time, because we do have our central TOSAs for literacy, but there's only 3 or 4. But the schools without a coach would have more TOSA time potentially to support. So we're trying to backfill how we can.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, board, before we move? Yep, Dr. Bordner.
Thanks for the presentation. I just want to start with echoing Director Reed's concerns for planning time. And I mean, I hear you say we agree it's important, but that isn't really an action. So I feel hesitant to really put this on our teachers without more commitment from us in that regard. And so I don't know how to make that happen, but I just wanted to echo it. I just had a question. So on the consent agenda, the training is a $500,000 increase, and I just wondered why didn't it come sooner? Why is it being added now? Why didn't we know?
Sure.
Initially, when the literacy team started the RFP process, the initial information that we got was for 5 years worth of material, and as that was scaled back to 2 years to provide all the supports, that piece wasn't included in the component. And so it had to be added back in because we do know that our teachers need that support.
When we contracted for 5 years, we also had free shipping on the materials. And when we scaled that back, they also then put the charges on for shipping. So it increased the cost over to the $500,000 amount that we needed to bring to.
Can you explain the scaling back part? I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't remember that.
Neither one of us were here at that time, but what I understand in terms of the RFP process, the initial RFP was done for a 5-year contract. And as looking at that and asking the question, what can be implemented in terms of with the resources that were available, providing all of the materials to all of the schools rather than a small group of pilot ones, looking at what could we do and to provide resources for all of the schools. The recognition was the first 2 years worth, and then we go from there and continue to support it.
And that is more typical, that typically schools will take on the cost of the consumables after the initial period, rather than a 5-year period. It's really thinking about budgeting with this year's dollars for this year's students, rather than covering the cost of something for 5 years as things may change. And especially if we're looking at a math adoption and potentially bringing on other resources, it's really not fiscally viable for us to cover 5 years of the cost of digital licenses and consumables for 4 content areas. It's just not, fiscally, we can't do it.
Okay. And I think that's probably better in terms of knowing if it's working to do commit to the 2 years. I was just wondering, you mentioned that you had a really successful training day, and I'm wondering, how do we know it was successful? What measure are we using to know that our trainings are successful?
The feedback that we got, the conversations we get, some of it is anecdotal, but a lot of the feedback that we got, I'm speaking from school leaders and literacy interventionists, those were the sessions that I was in, and we got pretty favorable responses from people that they appreciated it.
Okay, I think it might be something to look at more closely, just because training, it sounds like, will be really important to the effectiveness of this. So to know that training is working seems like one variable in the whole model. And you said it's for 70 schools. I think that must be a lot of teachers, and so it sounds like it happens in large groups.
It's virtual on May 26th to be able to accommodate all of our educators at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how we do it. And we typically survey after trainings and professional learning experiences. We didn't this time. It was more for central folks, but we typically do enroll for the May 26th because it involves our educators.
Okay, and one other thing you talked about was the data collection opportunity. You said every 12 weeks, and I think the quality improvement process of it sounds good, but what outcome data are we connecting to that process?
Well, for sure, we're going to be looking at the 3 times a year assessments that we do for Acadians and MAP. One of the measures we've just started talking about, we've been looking at the curriculum to identify a curriculum-based measure that all of our schools can use, and we're struggling with that. We've actually met with the assessment folks from Into Reading, and many of their measures are either adaptable, which means we'd have a really hard time getting a systemic approach to the use of that because you can change out the questions. So the module assessments we've heard from our schools, they really value, but they can customize those assessments based on what they've taught. So they become a formative measure. But that also means we can't really control systemically that everyone takes the same assessment. So it makes it hard to say everyone's going to do this one. Or we have a growth measure that's somewhat redundant to our own MAP. And so we don't want to increase testing necessarily. So what we're looking at in discussion at the moment is because we're just still discussing this and it's not been decided. I hate to publicly announce this, but we're looking at asking schools to also do MAP K2 and looking at starting MAP testing at mid-year point in kindergarten and going through second grade. Many of our schools already do this, but that could be a shift for some of our schools. But that would give us an additional measure 3 times a year that would be consistent across the district.
I have one more. On slide 14, you have this implementation support team survey, and you said very quickly, we got data on this, and if a teacher, or if we hear that someone wants this, like a learning lab, we'll provide it. And I'm thinking, how are we paying for that, and what do you
we have a department? We have a department, Educator Learning, that provides those things right now.
Okay.
And the shift will be making sure that all of the learning labs, the PLC coaching sessions we provide, induction, communities of practice through our instructional coaches, that they are all now focused on literacy. And so we have the people that are providing these customized learning opportunities now, but we're bringing everybody together to support the implementation, so it'll be focused on literacy.
Okay. And I don't want to miss an opportunity to say that I will always support that the district continue to pay for this, because I don't see how we can be sustainable if we roll this into the SBB responsibility for schools, and I don't think it can be equitable. So just saying it again for probably the third time, I think. And that's all. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions, comments? Ms.
I'm going to play devil's advocate. I really like what you're putting forward. I really appreciate all the attention and detail and planning and commitment to keep it going. But what if in a few years our CMAS scores don't change at all?
Well, the beauty of what we're putting together and the data collection we'll be doing and the monitoring of student achievement and growth is that we should be able to make adjustments on the fly. We shouldn't be waiting in a few years and not knowing. It takes a little time after you've had the resource for a year or two to really see those gains for students. But right now, I'm going to be looking at end-of-year test scores and looking for indicators. And so I'm hoping that all the data we're looking at along the way will allow us to respond.
I feel like the MAP scores and the other ones that are giving real-time feedback, or at least timely feedback, are going to be good to help with that. I'm wondering this, I haven't found anybody I've asked at the school level, at principal level or whatever, who's got a good plan or knows how to adjust something if the CMAS scores are not good. So what do you think could be adjusted if it doesn't work?
I would say professional learning, coaching, looking at professional practices, looking at the materials and how they're supporting our students. I mean, we have an assessment department, we have a research department that part of their expertise is really helping us look at, is it the art? Is it the science? Is it the curriculum? Is it our practices? What is it that we need to look at to make sure that we're getting the outcomes that we want? And part of building that data culture that Superintendent Dorland has put out in front of us as a challenge is to make sure we're measuring the right things and we're watching how our students are doing and how our educators are doing and providing the supports so that we do everything that we know from a research standpoint, from a publisher standpoint, from a CDE standpoint to provide what they need in order to be successful. Then along the way, I mean, education is malleable, right? We have to keep adjusting based on what we're seeing how our kids are doing.
Does that team also look at the actual test itself and, see if the new curricula matches the questions that are on tests? And so
I think that's part of what Ms. Nicothotis was talking about in terms of using some of their assessment material that come along with the curricula, is recognizing that we use it as we see what students need, as we see how kids are doing. We use that to continue to assess and figure out where kids are and where their growth is and how we adjust accordingly. So there are tools within the curricula that help support us in doing that. We also have tools that we use that are consistent, that allow us to measure and see how kids are doing along the way. And we have to do both of those two things.
And I have to say again, our teachers are so good. And this is not the only thing they have to rely on. They have just been through the last year and a half taking the 45-hour science of reading training. And I'll tell you, I was in a school today, one of our cohort schools, doing walkthroughs around the literacy implementation and the use of interreading. And I was talking with the teachers, and one of the teachers said, I'm struggling with this part of interreading because they have you introduce 15 vocabulary words during a lesson, something along those lines. And she said, but I know from the science of reading training that we took that it should be no more than 2 or 3 for it to really stick with students and for them to really learn the vocabulary. So they have these other resources they're pulling on, and that's where the expertise of teachers has to come in. There is no curriculum resource out there that's written above the knowledge level. It is written at a knowledge level. That's what it is intended to do because it's core, it's for all. It's a teacher's job to take the learning to the transfer and application, to those higher levels of learning. That's where the teacher's expertise comes in. And we have so many of our teachers that have been Orton Gillingham trained over the last few years that are using that as an intervention, because interventions are another way we can respond when the data is showing that kids aren't moving the way we'd hope they would or progressing. So teachers have a lot of training already and resources and tools they can pull on to meet individual student needs when they are not making the right progress. And we've also got to trust our teachers and that they bring that expertise to how they'll use this resource.
I just want to make myself clear because I 100% believe we got the teachers to do it, and they're more than capable. I have all the faith in the world in them, and I am happy and hopeful for this curricula as well. I actually wish someone would push back on the test itself, the CMAS. So that's what I'm trying to get at. If there's somebody that's looking at the test and saying, wait a minute, like we'll never do well on that test because it's not written well. But anyway, so I want you to know that I do support the teachers.
I know you
100%.
do. I know you do. I just think it's a good example of how these things all have to work together. It can't just be the resource followed lockstep, that you've got to also see the kids in front of you and what the needs are and be able to respond with what you know is best practice too.
Great. Board, are there any other questions or comments before we let you all?
Well, not really. We're not off the hook completely.
Can I just do one? Yes.
I want to follow up on Director Parker's question about the CMAS. And 3 years from now, we've tweaked and we've done all those things, whatever. Or 3 years from now, we are not successful. Why? Why would we not have been successful? And it's not necessarily an answer for tonight, but just doing a back view of we got there. We're into it for 3 years and it hasn't worked. We've done everything. What's stopped us from being successful? And that's all. I don't want to necessarily have an answer, but it is something that I'd like to be thinking about, so that we can see the boulders in the road and maybe remove them, and find out why, how we get through that path. So it's just a comment on the side.
And I would say I would hope that we wouldn't wait 3 years before we determined whether or not what we're doing is in the best interest of our students. We should be adjusting along the way, and we should be looking at our data always.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go forward. What we have next for you is also on the consent agenda for your approval, we hope this evening, and that's we're asking you to consider approving 3 additional resources for math that also went through the RFP process and came out as recommendations for use and approval in Jeffco. We wanted to bring these forward partially in response, I think, a question, Dr. Varda, that you had around school choice, and if they're using materials that they're finding effective, why would we ask them to change? Some of our schools are already using some of these resources, so we want to make sure that they continue to be able to use those by having them on our approved list and that they have been recommended. So I just want to briefly go through each of the 3 resources that are on consent, so you just have a little bit of background and know why we're asking to have these added, so our teachers have access to using them. The first one is iReady, and this is a resource that's only approved for K-8. I don't know if you wanted to say something. And you can see the description there, and I know you've had these materials ahead of time. I won't read that for you, but I will talk to you about the rationale for that. Like I said, many of our schools are using this. It's also a very effective, it's been used very effectively as an intervention or a diagnostic. So there's many different ways you can use this curriculum to support students. So we would like to have this included in our approved list of resources, and it's been recommended by our CDE turnaround team for some of our schools. The next one we'd ask you to consider is Into Math, and this is the math version of Into Reading. And the reason that we're bringing this one forward, and it may be more of a K-8 purpose, is around dual language programs. This is the resource that has the dual language component with Spanish materials that we believe some of our dual schools may be very interested in using. Now, K-8 might be more likely rather than the high school, because we don't have dual programs at the high school level, but we did want to have this available as an option for some of our dual schools. And then finally, this is Kendall Hunt Illustrative Mathematics. It's a K-12 resource. It is the open source free option of illustrative mathematics, and we brought to you for approval illustrative mathematics before, and this is what we're doing with our cohort 1 schools this year, but it's not the free version, and quite frankly, you get what you pay for. And this is nice because you can go online and download student materials, but there's not great teacher support guides. There's not professional learning. You don't have some of the additional things that come along to really make a complete, comprehensive program, which is why we are not recommending it for our initial cohort 1 rollout. But it is an option we want to have available. Some of our schools that aren't part of this initial cohort are asking, how can I get familiar with the materials? And we're directing them to this. Check out the free resources right now. See what you think. You can kind of get familiar with how it's structured, how some of the learning activities are structured. And so we want to make this available for schools right now. And some of our schools are still using this free version. And we've been watching the data and looking at the data from the schools that are using this right now. And we're not seeing improved student outcomes. And we believe it's because it doesn't have the level of teacher support with the materials that what we'll be providing will have. But again, want to have it available for those who might want to sample some of it prior to implementation at their school. It's just recently gotten very high marks as well in ed reports to bring forward for use. It's met all of their domains for assessment. They don't call them domains. I can't remember what they're called, but it met all the criteria for their 5 fields, like usability, rigor. So those are the 3 resources we'd like to have you ask that you would approve for use in Jeffco as optionals for our schools. Go ahead.
So are you saying this one, that was really mixed messaging. It sounded it just sounded like it was, our data shows it's ineffective.
Well, we don't have data right now to show the schools that have been using this. And again, they haven't had any professional learning. There's not been consistent use, so we can't really say how they've used it differently. We haven't been monitoring their implementation or how much they've used it. Is it here and there? So the implementation is not something we can track. So we don't have a lot of data to show this has made a difference for the schools that we have right now using the free resources.
But it sounds like the draw to this is that it's free.
Yeah. Okay. It doesn't come with all the extra supports that teachers would need to really effectively use the materials.
Just a quick question on that. Can it just be considered a supplemental for schools to try and not necessarily be part of the approved list?
Well, we have a supplemental approved list as well. I mean, we want that on the list for approved use in Jeffco.
Okay.
We have a list.
I think one of the worries that is going to come is this a slippery slope to when we don't have funding, we use the free version instead of supporting our schools with the robust version that has all the teacher supports. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a fair concern. So how would you respond to that concern?
I think it's the onus is on us to provide the right materials and supports for teachers. So this is technically not what we would want to say is our bar that we would hold ourselves to for our schools. But it's a resource that they could have access to. I'm sorry. I'm not answering your question.
No. It's okay. I think it's the board's purview to not approve this, but we could still then have schools use it as who aren't getting illustrative math this year, because we're not scaling new math resource right now. We can't afford that. And so, we've been talking about budget. We're going to talk about regional opportunities for thriving schools next. This is an example of what we'd love to invest in addition to elementary literacy at scale. We would love to invest in math, K-12 at scale. And we do not have that budgeted. And so our schools are in a place where they haven't received the resources because we are not efficiently utilizing and deploying resources right now. And so they haven't received it. So, they're asking, can we use this? Can we use this? Can we use this? And I would just say to them, use it. I don't know necessarily that it has to be blessed by the board, because if it's not the best, maybe it shouldn't be. I don't know. I think that's the question I see a lot of these guys wanting to ask. So I'm just putting it out there.
I can see that. Yeah.
I would consider it a baseline version, frankly, of illustrative math. And when publishers recognized the content of illustrative math has gotten great marks through National Council Teacher of Mathematics, through the ed reports, the actual illustrative math does have quality instruction for our students. Yes. And so as we look at it, there's so many resources that are becoming open source resources out there. But we recognize there's so much more to what our teachers need in order to ensure they're doing great work with our kids. We want to give them all the resources that they need, which is why Learn Zillion was the resource that we brought forward and got adopted. We also recognize, as Superintendent Dorland pointed out, we have a small number of schools that are going through that pilot process and beginning into the use of that full, robust curricula, recognizing that we may have situations where schools want to start to preview it, see it, try some problems out with kids. This is free. They don't have to invest in the full curricula to be able to do that. This is an open source version of that, but it doesn't have all the bells and whistles. It doesn't have all the resources, all the supplemental materials. That was the first one that we brought to you because we do believe that's the best course. We do believe that that's the best way to provide our teachers what they need.
It's the comprehensive.
So I'm trying to think, like, what is the problem we're trying to solve by having this? And I think you've kind of articulated it. I do feel uncomfortable as a board member based on your feedback on this, saying, yeah, let's recommend this to, I don't want to experiment with our kids, right? I think we're on the same page. So I'm wondering, it sounds like you have figured out the problem we have to solve because we can't invest in it all now. I'm just not sure that we've found the right solution yet. That's just my thought on it. But I can tell that you've worked really hard on making sense of this. But I personally, just based on what you've said right now, feel uncomfortable recommending this to a school. But I see this problem and that I would like to try to solve it also, because it sounds like this is also, if I'm understanding this right, going like one step up from no math resource
Many
to
schools,
something.
yeah.
So I think we understand that. I just don't know that this is the right solution.
And that's okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I understand.
And I think one of the concerns, and I am not trying to paraphrase what you just said, but one of the concerns then would be if we have differently resourced schools and they say this is what we're going to do because we're in a pinch, we don't have the resources to fund it. So I don't know what the mechanism would be to prevent that from happening, because I think there's value in having people be able to preview and say, how would this work in our classrooms, and what is how does this sort of fit with how we're already thinking about professional learning for our teachers? It's just the jump from there to we're going to do that one because we don't have that other option if the district's not funding it centrally. So I don't know what that mechanism would be, and through community superintendents, I'm not sure. But that would be my concern as well, is that feels like sort of the last option, which kind of makes me sad. Yeah. Okay. Are there other questions before? And we will get to this on consent, and people can make motions for whatever they're called to do.
I just wonder if the board doesn't want to approve this component, but does want to approve the other two. Is there something that needs to change on the item itself? Because I understand the issue, and I don't think if the board were to not approve this, that it would preclude our schools from trying it on for size without it being a formally adopted core resource. We could still say to schools, yes, do that. So I'm hearing the board's concern, or at least two of you. I don't know if we have a majority yet. If there was a board majority that didn't want to approve this, but wanted to approve the first two, does something have to change on their consent agenda? And what,
Ms. Miller, did you want?
I just think they need some clarity on that and further discussion.
Yeah, I am going to step back for a moment, because there are open source sources that are free that we know are strong programs, like the Engage New York. And that's used by school districts across the country. And it does have teacher prep work. It does have parent guides. It does have all of those components that, and it's free. And we know it's quality. And I know that there are school districts down in Florida that do not have any funding like we are lacking, and they use that as their curriculum. And I think it's been upgraded as well, with Eureka Math, and you could probably go and look at that and see how that works. But to me, I would much rather find, if we're going to do open source, and I understand why we're considering that, I get it, but I would much rather do with a program that does support teachers and does support, and we know that it works, because we know there are school districts across the country that do it, and we could probably get data that would feed our souls, so to speak, and to see how we're benchmarking, because we know that there's a whole bunch of other people that are using it as well. I am also concerned, and I kind of would like to echo your point, when we have 3 or 4 different programs, and I know we're struggling to see, if we can get a math program we can afford, et cetera. If we have different math programs for different children in different locations, and we choice 40 to 45% of our families are choicing all over the place, either from elementary to middle to high, the consistency of what was being offered from a elementary or primary to secondary, I think that inconsistency will not help us improve our math outcomes for children. And so I would ask, I don't feel comfortable with the curriculum for the math, the additional resources. I would much rather, if we could ask a pause to see if we could look at other resources like Engage New York. I know some of our schools actually do use Engage New York, as I recall. How are they doing? And how are our other schools that are using some of these other resources doing, so that before we step up and say, move forward. I just would like to have a better sense of, unless you really feel we need to put these 2 more resources up or 3 more resources up.
What's the sense of urgency?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
What's the timeline that you're hoping for?
The sense of urgency really around the timeline is that we would need to do another RFP process, because we are at the 180-day mark. And after the 180 days from the first RFP, it expires. And so we'd have to go through another review process next year, which we can do. Yeah, we can, but that was why we wanted to get it.
Well, but this is free. Why would you have to go for an RFP?
I think if we had to do another RFP, we would have the benefit of at least feedback from the first 8 schools using illustrative math.
Yep.
The other issue is, and I just don't know the urgency on this piece, most districts, especially districts of our size, have at least 2, if not 3, because there are different models of mathematics instruction. You have the traditional model of math instruction, which is, pre-algebra, algebra 1, algebra 2, geometry. I don't know what's next.
Trig.
That's where I stopped.
And data science would be lovely if we could have that.
Yes. So you have that traditional model, and then you have other schools of thought where it's an integrated approach to mathematics. Both are good. I mean, you can get into the math wars just like you can get into the reading wars if you really want to. Sure. I actually think you can do either really well. It really is sort of somewhat aligned to some philosophical approaches that exist in schools. So, and we know we have and want diverse opportunities for students and families to have different kinds of experiences based on the types of kids they are and their family's interests and things like that. So most districts will have multiple options based on an integrated or traditional approach to math. And so I don't know how much there's a sense of urgency. Illustrative math is more of a integrated approach.
It is K through 8. When you get up into your high school courses, you have algebra, geometry, algebra 2. You do have those.
Yeah, then it becomes more of a traditional sort of progression. And so for schools that just want that traditional progression, you're either going to have an approved resource that they can consider, or you're going to have some waivers. You're going to have requests for waivers from adopted. It's just going to happen. It's just going to happen. And so it's like literacy. We could have one resource, and then there'll be schools that are like, we don't want that resource. We want this resource instead. And we'll probably have some sort of waiver process that actually ensures quality, ensures alignment to standards, ensures rigor. But as we've talked about, we need to find the just right balance between coherence and school-based autonomy. And there will always be one-offs or unique situations where schools might want to use something else. So my recommendation would be that we have at least 2, one that's more of an integrated approach and one that's more of a traditional approach.
May I also remind us that Into Math is the K-8 curricula that supports dual language. And so recognizing the dual language schools that we have, this is a curriculum that they can use. And it has gone through our RFP process as such.
Yes.
So
And are
that's,
they telling you they're interested in doing some of that work soon, or are they one of the integrated sites with illustrative math, or?
No, neither.
Okay.
We want to have it available as an option for them.
So what I'm wondering is if it's the free resource that is perhaps the thorn. What I'd like
And it just really quick, one more piece of clarification that's important. In addition to the HMH supporting our dual language schools, the iReady is already widely used.
Within our schools.
Within our
Yeah.
schools. And honestly, people are trying to supplement expressions right now because it's not aligned to standards and it's not working for our schools. So that might be what's dictating some of the sense of urgency. And I would say that based on the RFP process, which was rigorous and included teacher voice and included our experts here in mathematics, and because we know that these come highly recommended by math experts nationally, we probably should, I would encourage the board to talk about doing iReady and HMH, knowing that the majority of our schools, I think, are waiting on this illustrative math pilot to see what the feedback is from those 8 schools. So that's just something I think you guys should talk about and know.
So just to move us forward. So it sounds like, well, I think what would be helpful is if we heard from board members, if we changed the package, so to speak, remove the free resource, and I don't think that means that no one can use it, but I think it's different, that this may not be the place for it on this list. Just to have it in consent or have it pulled for a revision or so it can be voted on separately. Is there something else people would prefer to do besides that?
Did you just say there's 8 schools using this? No. Oh, okay, thanks.
There are 8 schools who were going to pilot the full version of illustrative math.
24.
Oh, I'm sorry, 24. I must be thinking of a level.
I just didn't want, if a school is using this, for them to get the message that the board said this wasn't good, and then they are using it with our kids. So
What's the name of the full version?
Learn Zillion.
Learn Zillion, which you approved in your last meeting.
Right. So does that work for individuals on the board to be able to pull that item, make the revision? Great. Okay. Can someone do that? All right. Awesome. Yeah. I don't know. Somebody will. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you all. Is there anything else that would be helpful for us to
That's
help?
all we have for you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, both of you. So let me get a little read here. We're moving into our next topic, which is the regional opportunities for thriving schools. It's a significant chunk of time. Does anyone need to run and refill water real quick?
I wouldn't mind refilling my bottle.
Okay. So as our friends and colleagues move up here, we're going to take a quick 4-minute break. I can see the clock from here, and then we'll re-adjourn when we get back.
We are the future, we're the ones they won't overlook. We'll take it all the way and live another day. We'll make a statement to the world that we're here to stay. Whoa, whoa, yeah, 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 yeah. It's time to be the hero. Rising like you've never seen. Like you've never seen. We're looking for a hero. Shining just like in a dream. Just like in a dream, dream, dream. Are we the champions or just the shooting stars? We'll put our courage to the test in the final hour. And do we stand tall and rise above it all? You know we're coming at you hard like a cannonball. Whoa, whoa, yeah, 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 yeah. It's time to be the hero. Like you've never seen. Like you've never seen. We're looking for a hero. Shining just like in a dream. Just future, we're the ones they won't overlook. It's time to be the hero. Rising like you've never seen. Like you've never seen. We're looking for a hero. Shining just like in a dream. Just like in a dream.
All right, board members, we are moving on to our next agenda item, regional opportunities for thriving schools. We have allocated 75 minutes for this conversation. You'll remember at the study session on February 9th, the board received information on enrollment trends and school membership, leading to implications for future needs and opportunities to address student needs. Jeffco Public Schools is operating within a context of declining enrollment. We have space for 96,000 students in traditional schools, and our enrollment is currently at 69,000 students enrolled in traditional schools. Significantly under-enrolled schools risk compromising the educational experience and board ends related to every student receiving the skills, support, and educational opportunities needed to achieve his or her full potential. Following board work on March 9th and April 7th, the board will now receive an update on the current state of regional opportunities for thriving schools, including an overview of the elementary challenge via enrollment and utilization data. In addition, the district staff aim to assess board alignment on updating policy FCB, which is titled Closing Schools, and next steps to meet the board's expectation for phase 1 connected to regional opportunities for thriving schools, which does an acronym say ROTS. That's okay, resolution. Superintendent Dorland, is there anything to add before we get our conversation started?
Yes, I actually am going to talk through our purpose tonight. And so we're going to go to the next slide and just ground us in what we'd like to accomplish with the board this evening. We really want to update the board on the current state of regional opportunities for thriving schools. Based on the resolution that you passed in April, we have gone back and worked collaboratively across many departments to analyze a lot of enrollment data. And based on that, you're going to receive an update tonight about that data. And we really want to update you on the elementary challenge in terms of enrollment and utilization data. We also we had sent to you in your Friday update sample policies around school consolidations. And so we want to get some feedback from you around your interests based on review of those for updating our policy FCB. And I'll share with you our proposed next steps to meet your expectations for phase 1 of regional opportunities for thriving schools per your resolution. I will say to you that this is really tonight, this is going to be an ongoing conversation. So there's no decision making this evening. It is a status, and there's probably less dialogue tonight because we need for you to understand the data and the status of where we are and why we're recommending what we're recommending, and for phase 1. And then we do want you to just give some feedback about your interests in terms of a revision to FCB. So that's tonight, mostly status update, probably a lot of listening for you, and then obviously time for questions and feedback on FCB or interest in how that policy needs to change. With that being said, in June, we are queuing up, this is like background information for you to have a much more robust dialogue with one another and with us in June. And some more detail around where you think we should head in terms of scope of this project for phase 1. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to, I think I'm handing it over to Lisa Rilou. Ms. Rilou is going to walk you through some of the information that she worked with Bruce Huxley, Tim Reed, Steve Bell to put together for us this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. Thank you, board members, for allowing us to come present, as Tracy said, a status update to you all tonight. And I'm very happy to have Mr. Bell here with me. A lot of this data you've seen before presented from his department, and his, Tim, Mr. Reed, and Mr. Huxley were incredibly helpful in getting all of this information together, and we've been working very collaboratively on that. And then Dr. Kim is also here tonight to talk a little bit about the link of this work to our strategic plan. So we're here to sort of set the stage on this work. So we're going to start with what is Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools. As a reminder, this is an 18-month initiative designed to respond to your request as a board for a comprehensive plan to ensure thriving schools with enrollment to support extraordinary student experiences across our district. This information you may have read if you've been studying your book here on membership projections. But this is just census data to sort of show how, while the population has increased in Jefferson County overall, this population of school-aged children has decreased, and we're seeing some of the lowest birth rate numbers that we've seen in 15 years. So that sort of sets the stage on our census data. But we're not alone. You may have seen this Chalkbeat article that talked about declining enrollment in states across the country and urban cities and metro areas like our own. So we're not alone in this. But here's our unique context. As President Schooley read in the beginning, we have 96,000 spots for 96,000 students, and we currently serve 69,000. As we talked about regional opportunities for thriving schools, one of the things that has become abundantly clear as we look at the information and talk to folks is that our regions are widely viewed through the lens of articulation areas. And it's just the way that folks kind of know our district. The other thing that is unique about our context that you all have, some of you have been a part of, is that we've had to make some very difficult and untimely spring decisions to close 2 elementary schools in the last 2 years because of our enrollment issues and schools becoming so small that they're unsustainable. So for the purposes of this presentation, and when we talk about student membership, membership and enrollment are synonymous with the number of students actively enrolled or projected to be enrolled. And when we talk about projected to be enrolled, which you'll see on one of our slides, we're looking at enrolled Jeffco data, current enrolled Jeffco data for 22-23 that is changing every single day. But that's what we mean when we're looking at projections. This is a slide that you have seen Mr. Bell's team present to you many times already, I think this year, and some of us, and I've maybe presented it to you as well, just to show our membership trends. And as we think about what's happening in our district, what we want to propose to you as this first phase of regional opportunities for thriving schools is to focus on consolidations this November that confront future emergency spring closure decisions for small elementary schools, that move our district toward a future where all elementary schools are thriving with foundational components, and that will allow us to then lay the groundwork for phase 2, which is our ability to really look across all of our entire district and bring cohesion PK through 12 as we work towards thriving schools all over our district, but threading cohesion through our articulation areas. You all have also seen this slide a lot. And when you look at this slide, it's easy to think, well, we just have a few hotspot articulation areas in our district that might need attention now. But the truth of the matter is that this is a problem across our district. We have capacity to serve 39,900 K-5 students in 85 traditional elementary schools or district-run schools, and we currently serve 25,600. There are 49 elementary schools, 58% of our schools are elementary schools, with student populations under 250 and or a building utilization of 60% or less. And that may seem confusing, but basically either they have a student population under 250 exclusively on their own, or they have a student population under 250 and a building utilization rate of 60% or less, or they could have more than 250 students, but they use 60% or less of their building. That makes sense. So that's why we have the and or there. And that accounts for 10,600 empty seats. 34 of the 49 elementary schools serve under 250 K-5 students and together have 6,500 empty seats. 23 of the 34 are under 250 students and at less than 60% capacity. And 6 of those 23 schools are under 200 students and at less than 60% of capacity. And these 6 schools, are located in 6 different articulation areas. So one of the things that as we were looking at this and thinking, can we focus on one region or one articulation area? We have Fitzmaurice type numbers, or that could get there in 6 different articulation areas that could become emergency type closures type situations, which then really refocused us here. If that makes sense.
Can I make one more point? I do think this asterisk is important, so I just want to call it out. One of the reasons that we picked 250 is because when you think about 20 to 25 students per class, the threshold to really get to 2 classes per grade level is around 250 to 300. At 250, you can kind of make it work, depending upon how the kids sort of fall out, right? If they fall out perfectly at 250. I mean, and honestly, if we were to go to 300, the numbers would be much greater. And so we're trying to get to a place where we're balancing just our ability to even get our head wrapped around the data and the implications of the data, and our ability to think about a 2-round elementary school where each teacher has a colleague and kids have an opportunity to be part of 1 or 2 classrooms, not just 1.
So we looked at those 6 schools, and current enrolled Jeffco data shows that the K-5 enrollment in those 6 schools will remain under 200 in this coming school year. So you can see there is some anticipated fluctuation, but not enough to take these schools over the 200 threshold. So this just kind of further breaks down the information that we just presented. So this is the number of elementary schools by student enrollment K-5. So the number of our elementary schools below 250 is 34. And then you can see it from there. Same thing by utilization. So if 20 of our schools are between 39 and 49% of their building utilization. 7 of them are 90 to over 100 or almost 150% utilization. And then if you view the building utilization by those 49 elementary schools with fewer than 250 students and or less than 60% building utilization, here's what you get. So 0 of those schools are between 90 and 149, and 20 of them are between 39 and 49.
Can I add something?
Please.
Sorry. I do just want to acknowledge, I think the story from one of the points, takeaways for me on this slide, is that we did have historically, our district built small schools. There's 4 of them right there, right? That we have 4 schools with fewer than 250 students, but they're pretty full at almost 70% or greater. And so that's just the reality of our footprint, is that we do have some small schools that were built small, and we have not necessarily added capacity to those schools. And that's just a fact. So I think that's an important takeaway for us to note.
Okay. So then if we look at where those schools are in terms of articulation area, you can see that the number of elementary schools with fewer than 250 students and or less than 60% utilization, 5 of them are in Stanley Lake, 5 are in Arvada, 1 is in Jefferson. So you can sort of see where these schools are. But the big takeaway here is every single articulation area in Jeffco has at least 1 elementary school under 250 students or with a building utilization rate of less than 60%. And this, we've broken out where the excess capacity is and how much there is. So you can see in Conifer, there's 109 empty seats. If we were at 100% capacity. And then in Alameda, we've got 1,500. So the phase one, again, to propose scope is to confront the emergency spring closure things that we've been having to deal with that are not ideal for many reasons, a lot of which have to do with what's good for our staff and for our families, and we would keep that in mind. And moving us towards a future where all of our schools have more resources, as has been talked about in previous conversations, and laying the groundwork for a more cohesion, which means that schools can be better supported by us and also better support each other when they are more aligned on what they're focused on. And I'm going to hand it to Kim.
You all are familiar with the graphic that's on the screen now as we've begun to utilize our vision, mission, and values, and certainly Jeffco Thrives 2025 priority areas, looking at our learners, our future, our people, our strength, our operation, our foundation, and our communities, our legacy. And if we look through that lens and we look at building that culture of instructional excellence, because that's what we believe is best for kids, and giving them extraordinary student experiences, offering up a collaborative, value-driven team culture in our district, when we think about those schools, we began to look at what are some of the conditions that you will see given the numbers that we have. And in doing so, we looked at moving toward a future where all of our elementary schools are thriving with those foundational components. We look at when we have less than 200 or we have less than 250, more often than not, we see split grade levels, or we see part-time with no support from a DTL, or we see inequitable access to interventions and enrichment. And what we've done is we've gone through and color-coded based on those big priorities within Jeffco Thrives 2025 of culture of instructional excellence. We compromise the ability to provide that when we have split grade levels, or we certainly make it much harder on our staff to do so. Extraordinary student experiences. When you look at the yellow dots up there, those can definitely be impacted in a negative way if we have some of those conditions. So as we begin to look through how do we provide thriving schools, we're looking through the lens of our priorities, and we're looking at the Jeffco Thrives 2025 and how do we do that and find that just right place to support schools going forward.
And I want to just be really clear here. These sort of challenges that we need to move away from have nothing to do with the staff in our schools. We need to really say that and over and over and over again. We have committed staff that are, and we heard it tonight, they're overworked, under-resourced, exhausted, and they're trying their best to provide this culture of instructional excellence, extraordinary student experiences. And the bottom line is we are not efficiently deploying our resources. And it's causing our staff to do everything they can because they're so efficacious in their work, and they will bend over backwards 16 times over to try, and we've seen that. I saw it at Fitz. We went and talked to the staff at Fitzmaurice. They were doing everything they could to take care of their kids, and they cared so much about them, and they were supporting one another too. And it just was a situation that was untenable. It wasn't their fault. It is 100% an issue around our resource allocation and deployment.
So aligned with that, our phase one objective is more concentrated investment in our students, staff, and schools for impact on extraordinary student experiences and all the other things that Dr. Kim talked about. And then as we look at phase two, it's that investment and cohesion within our articulation areas so we can better support schools as a district and so they can better support one another. But also we are committed to ensuring schools maintain their history, their identity, local community values, and move toward a future based on their hopes for extraordinary student experiences in their areas. So we want to bring cohesion, but we also want to ensure that our articulation areas and our regions maintain their identity as they do so. So here's our timeline. We are operating under current board policy, which relays that we need to, you all would need to receive a report by this month in order to make any sort of closure decisions or consolidation decisions in November. So by May 31st, per the current board policy, you will receive a written report on the 49 elementary schools that we're talking about in this report, aligned with board policy FCB, which includes these bullet points in the policy. We will be reporting to you on this information for those 49 elementary schools. Then in the June work session, we'll continue to review and discuss the Thriving School criteria, which is what Dr. Kim and Superintendent Dorland just spoke about. We'll review the May 31st report you're going to receive, and then we'll continue to discuss the Phase 1 scope, including a review of analysis and assessment of potential consolidations. So looking at if we were to consolidate schools, how would that work in terms of where students would go, what the process might be. And we'll also at that time present a vision for Phase 2 of regional opportunities for thriving schools. And should you task us today with doing any kind of redrafting on policy, we'll be bringing that to you in June as well. In June and July, then, we anticipate summer planning. In August and through early October, we anticipate engagement with communities based on the direction that you all would like to head in. And then in late October, the superintendent would make a recommendation to you. And by November, in November, you would be taking action per the resolution that you passed last month. Can't remember. Oh, next steps. Okay. So in order for us to be prepared for next month's study session, we'd like to turn it over to you and ask you all a few questions. If you'd like to discuss policy FCB, be happy to do that now. And our attorney, Melissa Barber, can join our conversation for that as well. And then just asking generally, what additional information would you like to have? Questions do you have? So we can set up a good discussion for June. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. All right, board members, our opportunity here, and as was, I think I can't remember who said it now, but at the very beginning, this is going to be an ongoing and very extensive conversation. So we don't need to solve for something right now. However, I want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to get on the table where, well, one, if you have responses to any of these questions, so we can begin that dialogue. Is there anyone that has a burning desire to start us off? Oh, Ms. Parker does.
Thank you for that. That's very helpful information you've got together for us. Two questions I have. One is I tend to look at a map of my district and where all the elementary schools are, and to imagine what would happen if we close one of these, where would the students go and so forth. But then it occurred to me with choice that we have, it would be important to know why the parents have chosen the school they've chosen. So I might have assumed, well, if I close this school here, those families will just go to the closest school. It's right next door. But it may turn out that those parents have chosen it for a totally different reason, and they will not go to the school next door, which could mess things up. So the second question is, at what point in your little timeline would you be going to the community, the schools themselves, and really finding out what the community thinks, and what they would do if the school was closed?
Yeah, a couple things. First, choice patterns, and looking at choice, that will be part of the data that you receive in May, just in terms of choice in and choice out. We also have the ability through Steve's team to look at patterns and trends. We did that for Fitzmaurice and what we presented to the community there in terms of where the families live and where students are going. So we have the ability to produce that information at 49 schools. It's a lot of information to produce. So I think part of what we're looking to do in June is to see if we can narrow a little bit. But that said, we do want to, we do anticipate in June that names of schools would begin to be out there. The 49 that are in the report, obviously this will be a public report. So we we then need to be prepared late summer to start engaging with communities. And we have some ideas around that we would like to bring you in June to discuss, and also for you all to think about how that might work. Initially, just at a very high level, we don't see this as a engagement that is isolated to one school. We see this as an opportunity, as sort of what happened in Fitzmaurice, which was there was another school community that was really able to accept most of the students or any student who wanted to attend that school, and it was a fit opportunity. And we think that those fit opportunities or partnerships may exist in other places, and so it would be more of a discussion among schools as opposed to one school community. But again, that's just a very high level one idea, but we'd like to discuss that more in June.
Dr. Berta?
Yeah, I have a couple of things on slide 22 where we list all of the factors. I don't know how to, this one.
Yeah.
What do you call them? Foundational components. I feel like what's missing, I really want to see the slide that says a thriving school has these things in the positive, because this is really, this is showing the deficiencies. And I'm hoping that we can get there, because if we can't model what a thriving school is with the details, like I always ask our principals, what's the best situation in your school at the elementary schools? And I hear them say things like 3 classes at each grade level is ideal, and so I'm wondering if we make a thriving school model of a thriving school that talks about things like that, what kind of FTE we have around SEL, DTL, all of those things, and come to agreement with it, with feedback from the community and at all levels, then we have something to go on when we look at a school. Then we go, this school, and then I feel like the next step is, I know it doesn't match our policy, but if we had a report that showed the status of each of those things at these 49 schools, then we start to know, what does this school have and this school doesn't have, and then be able to make decisions based on a positive model of what we think the school should have. And I feel like we really need that in order to go forward, because I don't know how to look at a school and say you're a thriving school or not if we haven't defined what the criteria are at that school at a line item level of thriving. So that would be helpful.
Can I just respond to that? I agree with you. I think it's going to be important for us to get there. We started building that, and it's just the opposite of this, is what we had drafted, right? It's full grade levels, consistent planning time for elementary teachers that's sufficient, right? Operational budgets to support materials and resources, 2 teachers at least per grade level, with collaboration time for the teams, support from an instructional coach, 0.5 to 1.0, probably depending upon. I mean, ideally, you're going to have schools without 0.5s, but inevitably, you're going to in a district of this size. Most districts of this size have some sort of sharing. They just don't have it at the scale that we have, for example. So I think we can easily just turn these things into what it is instead of what the challenge we need to move away from is. And then I think that the challenge for us when we drafted that was that feels foundational, right? And it does help a school thrive. But phase 2 is where we really want to talk about there's a lot of attention nationally and at the state level on what Dr. Kim calls high school 2.0, which is, what is the high school experience that we really want for our students going into some of what we know they're going to be facing in the workforce? How do we partner with the chambers of commerce, the Economic Development Council, industry, to know what skill sets our high school students need to leave us with? And then how do you back that into the middle school and elementary experience and sort of take a region that we might think of traditionally as an articulation area and create a thriving, build on to those foundational components, right? So it's not just about having a 0.5 or 1.0 DTL. It's also about what resources that DTL has, what access to curriculum, what access to, incredible STEM materials for kids, what the kids get their hands on. I mean, there's so much more to a thriving school than just foundational staffing or foundational components. I think we all agree we need the foundation. We're not even there in a lot of our schools. And so we were hesitant to put a slide up that said, thriving school is, and we would all look at it and say, well, that just seems pretty foundational. We've got to get to a place where we've got foundational components within the elementary schools, and then phase 2 contemplates that we would move into that vision setting component around what do we want to add on to that, knowing that we can thrive now. What do we want to thrive toward in terms of the extraordinary student experiences that we want to have in various regions within our community? It's a little bit how I've been thinking about it, but I don't disagree with you, Danielle, that we do need to sort of have some of this, just what's essential.
I do want to, sorry, Dr. Varda, one point to that. As we did talk about that, I think one of the challenges and the things that we'll be looking at on June 8th is how our resources are currently allocated. So we may be supplementing schools to small, tiny schools to an extent that they do have some of these things, but they wouldn't. It's not something that their actual enrollment buys. If that makes sense. So we're actually borrowing from another school in order to provide it here. And so that is what makes, that's what also blurs the lines. Thank you so much for the question.
On the timeline, I don't know, we really need to work on the community engagement piece. I mean, it just says fall engagement. I mean, I think it's the most critical part. We can anything we put together, we just have to put forward to the communities. I work really closely I have for a while with the DPS FACE team, and this week we were talking, and they are just so good at this community engagement part. Really authentic, and I know that we have a new person to come.
Who did you say?
Oh, sorry, the FACE team. Family and Community Engagement at DPS. Oh, gotcha. This is my professional life. And, but listening to them talk through it and the principles they use and the way they're engaging families and business and all these different groups. So I hope that, our new chief, I forgot that way, can help guide that in some ways, but we just need to take it to a whole different level, I think, and get really, really serious about it. And I'm concerned that we're not ready for that as a district, that we don't have enough of that kind of foundation here.
That will be an area, I think, in a previous deck we shared with you all that we would be hiring consultants to support the work. And that is one area where we will definitely need additional capacity and that we're currently looking at now.
Ms. Reed?
So it seems to me that there's kind of two different pieces going on, and that what we're talking about tonight is really the school closure piece in particular, as opposed to the thriving schools piece, which those two things relate to each other, but they're not exactly the same thing. So to me, it's true. The foundational stuff, you look at that and you say, well, that's just foundational. That's not a thriving school. But that does provide us with very clear-cut thresholds. And I think that's what's missing from our current policy. There aren't clear, bright lines, and we can make those with what we were just talking about. So with slide 22 and turning that into those affirmative pieces and saying, or even leaving it the way that it's hard to quantify here exactly, but we need a way to clearly quantify that, once we reach a point that a school can't have at least 2 classrooms for each grade level, once a school can't have a digital, a DTL, this is when we look at that school and we say, this isn't going to work and we have to consolidate. I just think, that the bright line for closure needs to be foundational. And then from there, we can build those thriving schools. But that's a different piece. I just think we're going to have an easier time with our communities if we can go to them and say, here is what is essential for your child that they're not getting from this school. And we can make sure that they get, if we're using our resources better. Does that make sense?
Yes. I've got my own comment.
Yeah.
Questions.
I had my little thing on this whole time. So sorry. So I guess I'd like to go back and the two parts we're looking at tonight are the FCB and then thinking about how we go forward with the conversation with the community about how to close and consolidate. So when I look at FCB, we have very distinctive components with the report that over time that's been built. We have the operating costs, adequacy, student dislocation, building capacity, et cetera. We look at that. And then the same thing for, secondary and high schools. So there are already parameters that Steve's team and the facilities team has put together. And so when you go and you look at some of these other options, or these other FCB policies from other school districts, they have the similar components. I mean, I'm not seeing that we're not using best practice in terms of, it's just the implementation of the best practice that we didn't do, right? So it wasn't that we didn't have the guides, that we didn't have the parameters, that we didn't have what we needed. We might want to tweak it in some way, shape, or form. But in general, we do have the components of how you evaluate a facility and its usage. So in my mind, I don't really have a problem with what the FCB is. I just think we have to use it as the tool that it was meant to be used. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Bell, but I think that was the intent of FCB. We've never really looked at it and updated it in a while. I think the last time it was reviewed was 2013, but that to me are the best practices.
I would agree with you. Presentation tonight, just to reemphasize Superintendent Dorland's comments when we started, is to provide a what I'll call a quantitative foundation look-see at the district at large. This presentation was not directed toward program implementation, educational programs, or adequacies. It was to provide you with a look-see, district at large, quantitatively, here's where we are, which gives us a foundation to start. That has to be complemented. These things don't operate separately. It has to be complemented by the program implementation educationally that Dr. Kim spoke about.
Right.
And those things work together.
Right. And so when I go back and I look at the other facility documentation, and I'd have to go back and find it, but there was a benchmark of a size of a school of about 400 children. And if you have a 15% gimme, because you're not going to use it all the time to 100% capacity, you're going to be at about 350 kids as your bogey. And that allows you to have 3 rotations, can be through 5, which is what you were talking about, Director Reed. What does that look like? And then what does that provide? Well, that provides for the resources that you were talking about. What is it? We have great programming. We have teachers. We have DLTs. All of those components are a benchmark. And so to me, there's already the parameters that have been set that make sense from a facility planning perspective in the world that I operate and work in. That is kind of the range that people are looking at. So your 85% utilization levels make sense because you're using the building the way it's meant to be used. When you start to drop down to, I think there was somewhere also in the facilities, when you start to drop down below a 65% utilization level, that's when we're starting to not use the building to the level that we actually need to, that makes sense. We're splitting teachers, we're splitting classrooms, and we're underutilizing it. That's exactly what it means. We're not using the way the building was meant to be used. So I think the facilities team does have within its parameters and in its documentation strong guidelines for us to be looking at. We don't have to recreate the whole wheel, and we don't have to recreate what our bogey is for for effectiveness of delivery of programming, we kind of know it. I mean, it's already pretty much been outlined. We just have to be thoughtful, and we're looking at using that data and how it applies to the schools. So in my mind, I don't think we're far off from where we should be. I just don't see that we have to be recreating the wheel. We might want to tweak a couple things from the policy perspective, but I don't see us having to recreate something, because it's best practice in the world that I operate. The other thing, though, I would ask is back to what Mary had asked, is if we look at, where these people are going, and we can see, these are just my numbers, sorry. We would have the opportunity to look at where are they going. Let's just say it's Miller's Elementary School, and Miller's Elementary School is only 50% filled because they're all going to Paula's. And because Paula's offering something, certain kinds of outcomes, programming, whatever that is, we should understand where the 40% of our people are traveling around. And I think Brenna and Crowd did that before already. I think we already know where those children are going. So we have quite a bit of data set already that would be able to help us think through, I think, how we can frame the conversation so we're not starting from scratch. And so that would enable us to then say, well, if they're going to those schools and those schools are offering X, Y, Z, can we kind of mirror that when we're looking down, when we did this whole choice thing 10 years ago? What's being provided in these different areas, and why are people moving around, and how can we address those needs so that we don't have people moving around all over the place? So, I mean, I know it's a big, daunting task, but we have the framework in place. I mean, we do have best practice in place. We just have to use it in a thoughtful community engagement way. So people can look at the data and see it and say, oh my gosh, we've gone from 96,000 seats. We're at 82,000 in 2012. We're down to 70,000 now. We have, 18 kids average in 2012 per classroom. In 2020, it's at 16. I mean, I know there's different levels. We have, 5,200, 4,300 teachers. We, back in 2012, we're at 4,300 teachers. In 2020, we need to align. We need to start thinking. We need to think about how we are serving our kids in the classrooms, and then be able to say, if we fix it the right way, we'll be able to take the dollars that we realize in savings and put them back into salaries and put it back into classrooms for kids. That's where I am. I don't think we have to recreate the wheel. We've got the wheel. We have to use it and maybe tweak it, but we're not far off. It's just going to be the work of the community engagement, I think, is the biggest part.
I think, just to add on to what you're saying, Ms. Miller, I went and looked at it, and then just based on my own sort of recollection and memory of the response to this policy when it was pulled out before, I think part of the challenge here is if you just read through without having any other information, there's nothing in here that explicitly is student-centered. So I think what I'm I guess getting to is this translation to community members around, like, why is the student dislocation or building capacity or condition of physical, how are all of those conditions for learning that directly impact student outcomes that are really important? And so it's like an interpretation statements almost. I don't think it's like not recreating it, but there is, I think, a level of translation that needs to happen, because this, and I'm speaking now of myself as a parent, feels very like Paula Abdul, cold-hearted snake. When you're looking at this is the criteria we're using to determine whether my beloved neighborhood school is or is not going to be there. And I think it's that translation that we need to make, because it's right. It's not, this is policy. It's right. Policy language.
Right. But I agree with you. I'm just saying, how do we tweak it so that it does start into where are our children going and why? Mm-hmm. So how do we make it a better place, and or, what is it that our community needs in order to feel that they are being served. And I would say you can look at performance levels as well, and you can see some schools are rocking it, that are serving highly impacted children, and they're small. So how do we make sure that we're being thoughtful about what is happening in that building, and how do we keep that magic going? Because we can see the leadership in some buildings just really does make the difference with the teachers all engaged, and that's supporting children.
And I don't know, Mr. Bell, if you wanted to respond to anything, because I do have another sort of broader question to bring up that hopefully will inform next steps. But
No, I was just going to comment on something you said, Ms. Cooley, and that is these bullet points are expansive in how they're interpreted and how they're used. For example, when we talk about student dislocation, the perception may be, well, that's pretty simple. You're going to dislocate students. But that encompasses things like choice in, choice out, desirability, homeschool potential location. And the other thing that it encompasses from our GIS standpoint is boundary identification. So we may find that a home school may be the preferred and most desirable site, but it was also the site where people choiced into from other schools, for example. So readdressing the boundaries would help in all of that analysis. So those are things that there's many factors that flow into the decision making here. So we feel like these things give us pretty good guidance, at least on the potential.
yeah. And I think it's that difference between what's an internal document and then how is that translated to an external audience. And I just have a question. Did you want to, was this about that part of it? Go for it.
I just want to say that one of the things that's missing for me that I've been trying to get my hands on is staffing, and maybe some programming. So how, and I'm just going to speak as a mom. My students went to a school that's, they went to Maple Grove, and at the time it was smaller. It's a little bigger now. And they had this halftime amp situation, and the pairing was so off. And so I don't want to ask, is it just halftime amp or is it full-time amp? Because you may or may not need it to cover the schedule depending upon how many kids you have. But they would literally have PE every third week. And I wanted my kids to get physical activity every day, or they'd have music for a week and then they wouldn't have it. And I just think it impacted their ability to fall in love with music. And I know it was hard to staff the teacher. They had 3 or 4 music teachers over the course of their elementary career because the teachers would find a full-time position and want to go be full-time because it's harder to be split between 2 schools. And so there may be something that we can just think about in terms of, and I do want to say this, I don't know that we can get a staffing report for 49 schools by the end of March. May, I can't even believe we're in May. But I do think moving forward, once the list is narrowed and, some schools are removed from the list for various reasons, which will happen, and we're going to talk about that in June, I want to know what staff is in these buildings serving our kids and what kind of programming are our kids having access to and on what schedule. So if it's Morris, they had no before and after school programs, or like I said, their AMP schedule. So those are just some examples of things that I'd be curious about, maybe tweaking or adding.
So I'm going to get my question in right now before anybody else takes over the mic. So I have 2 things that for me are the sort of next steps that will be on my mind moving forward. The first one is I am concerned about the alignment or misalignment between the appetite of this board to actually move forward with doing anything with 49 schools. I know you're not saying that that's the list that would be considered, but I guarantee you the minute you put that out there, it's going to have a ripple effect across schools. And it makes me extraordinarily uncomfortable because there are a lot of schools on there that may not end up going forward into a consolidation. And it will take decades, if they stick around that long, for the community to stop saying, oh, you're not closing? We heard you're closing. We still have people in my community that are choicing their kids out of the school my kids go to from 5, 6, however long ago that was, because that's the narrative. So I don't know what to do with the list, but we will have schools going through a very slow dying process if we put 49 names of schools out there and then are like, no, we'll just pull those few back. Because then they're like, oh, I'm sorry, there's a phase 2. Great. Well, then that's when that's coming back. Like, there's no way I wouldn't interpret that as a community member. Mm-hmm. If there is an appetite and this board says, we're going to go get lots of juice from the squeeze, whatever, the orange. And so if that's the case, and I think that's a really honest conversation that needs to be had at some point, then so be it. But if we're not ready to go in that direction, I feel like we will damage schools. And so that's that in communities. And that is a very personal reflection on that one. The other piece of information, and I can't remember if this is on that dot chart already, but of those schools, like how many of our title schools are we talking about? Because that would be helpful. And I would actually include in there sort of that bubble schools, because there are some schools that I know in like Wheat Ridge Arctic area that are 2 percentage points away from being title. So they're not considered that, but I mean, for all intents and purposes, they are. So those would be my either cautions or things I would like to talk about again before we do anything with a list of 49 schools. So anyone else? Everyone else? Are there other board comments or questions?
I just want to say that I actually think if the policy continues to call for a report to the board by May 31st annually, that it's something we just need to do annually. And we then, I think, need to have regular conversation around what's the scope of that. Because, Lisa, can you go back to that slide that's, there's 49, then there's 23, and then there's 12, and then there's 6, I think. Yeah, it's the one above that. Yeah. So you can see these layers of the onion here, right? And within that 49, for example, there are schools that are geographically isolated. Like, we're not going to be able to do anything about that unless we want to put kids on a bus for 90 minutes, you know? So there are some there that would probably just never be consolidated anyway. And so I agree with you. And I just want to say, Stephanie, this is a tight turnaround. It's like 3 weeks. And we're already thinking about how do we provide additional capacity for Steve and Tim and Bruce to get this done. And so if there's not an appetite to see a report with 49, I'd like to know that this evening, because we need to give our team clarity on what you do want by the end of May, because at this point, and I don't want to be in a situation where you're sitting and looking at me in October telling me that I didn't align to policy. I'm not doing that again. And so I'm going to give you something by May so that I can align to your current policy, because it's not changed yet. And that's important for our community, that we follow our process. I mean, I've heard you guys say that, and I understand that the policy also doesn't do. We are working on what would the community engagement look like, which is not policy language. That's just something we need to document and we need to do. And I get that. And we're working on that. And we will be talking about that in June. We're happy to bring that back. But this May 31st deadline is looming. And so knowing what you guys think about 49 is going to be an important thing for us to walk away from either tonight or by early next week.
Yep, Ms. Parker.
I don't have as much experience as the two of you do with having another school that you had to close. But my thought on the 49 was the more we have on the list, the less scary it will seem. Because it will be like, well, they're not going to close 49 schools, or we can at least make sure they know we're not going to close 49 schools. You know, these are just the ones we're evaluating, and therefore there's still time to save my school or time to get engaged or see what's happening. So my concern is if we made it too small, a number, if there were 10, then the community would get really scared about it and the rumors would fly. So that's just my 2 cents.
I think I was just looking at the policy again. So there's I mean, the metrics are not in the policy. So I could say, okay, well, make a list, and what I want to see is anything under 350 students. There's no, if we want, let's say I want 3 classrooms per, and that's why. I mean, some of these numbers, I guess, is what I'm saying. Is best practice 60%? Is it 85? Is it? So why aren't we, because that would be half of our schools, if not more. It would be 3/4 of our schools. So we could do that and say that's the big list, and it's based on best practice. And hey, man, I think what I'm trying to say, like this, the numbers seem just arbitrary to me enough that it would make me concerned as a parent in this community. I don't understand why these are the numbers we're choosing to have a list that would make me really nervous. And even if you're like, oh, that's a big list, I'm not going to close all those schools, but they may eventually. Does this resonate at all? No. Okay. I'm like,
No, I do get that. I'm just wondering though, if we make it too small, it seems to me then that's even scarier for the people at those schools.
I want to make it bigger.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Or I want the board to say, we want to focus really intentionally on triage. And what we need to really focus on is schools that have less than this, less than the, you know what I mean? I think it's the why behind it. This seems like it's in a weird middle place that's not quite getting to like the big, the scope of what would need to happen for us to create thriving schools for all kids is big. We have a lot of small schools or small, underutilized schools. And so we have the sort of triage schools that are on the slides, not named, but that are listed up there. If that's what we're focusing on for phase 1, then let's focus on phase 1. If we're not, and we're talking about what's best practice, like if we're following our policy, what is best practice for our policy? Well, then the report should include, this is, and I'm not trying to be confrontational about this, but this has impacts that are really important for our community. And so the starting point to me is really important. I'll open the floor.
We have 96,000 seats. We have 69,000 children. We have additional seats in modulars. We have a lot of seats. We had Mr. Cooper last year when he came and spoke to us about Allendale and said, how can he look at somebody in the face of a parent and say, I'm giving you the quality of education that you need? Our job is to provide great learning opportunities for our children. And I hear what you're saying about, if it's just those 49, should we not be having that conversation with the community? Where are you with these numbers? If we follow the, kind of the guidance of what's in the facility world of what we have in Jeffco, 400 kids for an elementary school, we have outliers already, right? Because of where they're located. But if we're looking at two or three rotations of kids at each grade level, and that's going to get us the certain level of programming and opportunities and the right number of teachers, and everyone gets a DLT, and everyone, if we're in the sweet spots, is this good for you guys as a community? Is this okay for you? And if that's what it is, then these are some of the things we're going to have to wrestle with. We might have to wrestle with a redistribution of the boundaries and thinking about that. It's a big job. But we need to start and do the work, because it means more resources going to kids and to teachers if we do it right. And that's where I am. So I'm kind of like, go bigger and have that conversation with the community so we can really find out. If people look at the data, it's like, oh my gosh, how are we doing this?
On this report, because it seems like you said it, like we have to think of something today. Even if we're thinking about consolidations, it doesn't mean we're always going to consolidate 2 small schools. We could consolidate a small school into a big school. And it seems like it would be helpful, so this is a lot of work, and to have, I love the idea of the annual report. I know this is out of scope it would be great to see it on all the elementary schools, the whole thing. And then we get to look at it as a system as we consider the small school problem. We also see the big schools. Yeah. So to me, it would be most helpful and probably overwhelmingly work-wise to have a report that includes all the elementary schools. How many are there?
So
I think we should let our team react to that a little bit.
Or like I don't know where the cutoff would be, but something.
I think we could do that. We cannot do it by May 31st. So you would need to make a change to your policy to give us more time to produce that so that you could still make school closure decisions by November. And I just want to remind everyone the reason that we're aiming for November is because Enroll Jeffco begins in December. We want to make sure and give families the option to be involved in that. So right now, I mean, this is a condensed timeline for a tight timeline for the work, but
So you're saying if we could extend, I don't know if this is a policy change, to extend the time to like June.
Well,
And then
Melissa, do you have an idea about, I mean, I honestly, I do wonder if like end of June is a better date anyway, just given the cadence of the year and the work that we do with projections and budget. So, and I don't know if they waive policy, if they would have to change it. So go ahead, Danielle, I'm sorry.
I don't know if this is just adding to the load, but those two, I also feel like what we might have said is that the policy might need a little revision, especially around staffing and programs. And I wonder if we could add staffing and programs and move it to the end of June and actually have even more information. I'm hesitant because I understand that this is so much work, but I don't know where all the data.
Well, we could think about revising the policy. Those are simple revisions because Melissa will do them for us. Those seem like simple revisions to adjust by adding staffing, programming, and I can just interpret. As superintendent, I can interpret those two things. And then the date of the end of June.
Can you qualify where the date's coming from? Because all I see is the department within 4 months of the time of distribution.
Lisa, can you?
Yes, it is in FCBR. It reads, let's see, the analysis of decision factors mentioned above, an initial recommendation from the property management department will be available to each involved area administrator for examination by the staff and community. This report will be distributed 6 months prior to study and/or action on any school closure.
Oh, 6 months prior to study.
So it's backing it out from when families would need to know for their enrollment process. So it's not listed in there as May
But if you
30.
look, if you look at the sample policies that you were provided, some of them do not have timelines at all, or others have timelines that are more like 2 months or 3 months. So
it's more enrolled.
In terms of when a report would be need to be come to the board in order for the board to take action. So we'd need to revise the 6.
By the way, I did ask the question, can we just move Enroll Jeffco? You know what I mean? Because honestly, we could use the time. And I mean, the answer to that question is technically yes. The implication of that is that neighboring districts are going to be on the December timeline and accepting students. And so we're a little worried that students will accept a seat outside of our district if they're ahead of us. And we don't want to lose our students. We want to capture as many of our students as we can, especially because of our declining enrollment. And it also has budgeting and staffing implications. So the staffing timeline moves and the budget timeline gets compressed, which is not great for our schools, especially if we're making some adjustments to SBB given other conversations we've had. So it's ideal that we're making these decisions in November. It really is. And I don't even know if it's ideal. I think it's kind of necessary if we don't want to lose enrollment to neighboring districts.
I feel like I would be comfortable moving that line as long as it meant in the interim we're working on something else that's very important, like our community engagement plan. Or so it's not like this report is going to be the answer for us to anything, but if we're not losing a month of work in all the other areas that have to get done to get ready. So then we have data, we can spend time thinking about what we're going to do when we see this data. We don't really know yet. So lots of work to do before we even get the numbers to understand what our process is.
I also, sorry, just one other thing. This would probably mean you all would need to meet in July, if we're getting you a report by the end of June, which you don't currently have a meeting scheduled in July. So that's something to think about. And I just want to clarify or just ask a clarifying question that what you all are thinking about asking for now is a report on every single elementary school aligned with current board policy, but with a little bit more information on where students are going.
And staffing and programming. And we can interpret that and bring it back to them with some ideas and they can react.
Thank you.
And I'm not going to start it that way. Part of it is, and I remember having these conversations about, families that we're impacting multiple times by the one-off decisions or by only focusing on one type of solution, right? So if it is, thinking about who has capacity and maybe it's in a larger building and that they wouldn't show up on the list, but it's sort of a better way to see what the options are. To me, I would feel more comfortable because this is going to be really hard anyways to move through. And I just want to do it in a way where we are looking at our schools as an ecosystem rather than these tiny little floating blobs. Yeah.
And I would also want to say that any decision that is made with as Dr. Bardo was saying, if we have a school that can work with another school next door, so to speak, that these are lifting up opportunities for kiddos, meaning they're going to a school where there's more opportunities, more resources, more, learning experiences are better.
Okay, so what guidance or what do we still need from the board in terms of giving you more work to do?
So if it's okay, I'd like to offer that we would come to you in June with a revision, suggested policy revisions, tweaks per, sorry.
I think people are wondering, you're talking about the board meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
So but it sounds like there is an appetite. I just don't want the board to be in a place where, because we missed this May 31st deadline, we're not able to do anything this year per your resolution. So we'll come back with some policy. We'll share some, as we typically do. We will get some things together and then we can discuss it in the next board meeting. And then in terms of what we need from you all would just be review of those things independently before we get to this point next month. And then I think we clearly understand that you want a report for each elementary school, and we will just come back to you. And this is late, sorry. This next week, just to verify that we have all the components that you are looking for in the plan, and maybe we can work through you, President Schooley, to make sure there's consensus with the board in terms of which components you would like to see in the report. And then we can work from there on a deadline of June 30th for delivering you this report. Does that sound correct?
Mm-hmm. We can change the policy after the decision's been made. I'm a little confused by changing the policy.
I was saying we could look at policy changes next month in June.
Isn't it what we're saying we're going to do require a policy change? It has to be done immediately, it seems to.
I actually wonder if we can talk about the policy and have you guys take action on it next week. I think we have some clarity on what they want. Melissa, can you jump in on that?
Talking about moving a deadline to June 30th, and you're talking about amending a policy June, I don't remember what the date of the meeting is, the 8th or something. Then that new policy would reflect that new deadline, which then would be met. So I don't see a problem with the deadline that's in the current policy.
Change it tonight. But I think what Ms. Barber's saying is if you change the policy next month, you will be in by November, you will have received the report within the time frame outlined in the policy, and you will be within board policy in terms of having received a report in time to close schools. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I actually want to just say one more thing about this, because I think I'm right where you are, a little bit like, but I do think doing it in June is better because it's not rushed. It's an important policy, and it allows time for our community to see you going through the process and be part of public comment around it. So I think that is an important part of the democratic process that we have here.
I think what's going through my mind is like when you start on work before the contract's signed. And so you start on the work in good faith that the contract's going to get signed. So we're saying like, do this new work plan before the policy got changed.
No,
that's what's happening with me.
I get it.
I
Is that
so
okay?
appreciate that comment. Go ahead.
Is there something they could do next week that just formally announces that they're waiving that component of the regulation? Yeah.
I'm wondering the same thing. Can't we just do it next week? Because then we're definitely within the timeline. I just think there are people that would like nothing more than to be able to say, oh, look, once again, this board doesn't follow its policies. And so I just think it would be a good idea to change the policy next week, because it's not like we're going to change our minds about it between now and June. That's just putting it off to put it off. I'd rather get that done next week.
If you did some sort of waiver in anticipation of, the policy change with the other language.
They want to vote on the policy next week.
Yeah, why not?
The whole policy.
I see the heads going like this. Is that right? So, is it reasonable to get the red line version to that in time, like tomorrow or Monday, in time for next Wednesday's study session? And it is in the evening now. I think that's one of the benefits of you guys moving to the evening, is it's a time when more people are aware that you're meeting. And then they would take action next Wednesday, discuss and take action next Wednesday on the policy revision.
So it's work that we have somewhat started, but I don't think we can commit to it for tomorrow.
Right.
But I do think we can commit to it for early next week. And so, yes, on the policy. But okay.
Yeah. I was wondering, Ms. Rubel, what you think about this report getting done by June 30th, given your capacity and data availability.
Well, I can tell you from the facilities perspective, on a quantitative analysis, we have this information. We'll meet your deadline. The thing that we can't do is we can't implement program and educational adequacies that the educational side can do. We can't do that.
I want to ask about the staffing component for all 85.
Yeah, I think we need to come back. I think we need to take a pause on this and come back to you all. We need to do some work tomorrow to figure out what is possible, and we can report that back to you.
I think that sounds like a great idea. Otherwise, I'm going to start speaking in different languages that I don't speak because it's getting a little late. Any other questions for Ryan? Do you all feel like you have probably more than what you need for this? Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Much
for your time.
appreciated. Okay, we're going to move into consent agenda. Is there a motion? It's the normal one. Is there a motion on the consent agenda?
I move that the items on the consent agenda be approved as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion. Is there anyone that would like to request that item 7.06 be pulled from the consent agenda for a separate amended?
I would like to, 7.06 is our math, correct?
Correct.
I would like to pull 7.06 from the consent agenda for to consider adjusting the free open source math component.
Great. Is there a second? Right?
Right, but I'm asking to pull something so that we can discuss it and change that item.
You don't need a motion. You'll take that up as action after this.
Okay.
And you'll do a motion
Okay.
Okay, so, yeah, is there a second to remove? Well, I'll second it. Okay, fine.
It was the free one that we removed.
To take a vote to pull something off consent. That's not a practice.
Right. We don't have to do that.
Okay, so we can take a vote. It's been moved and seconded.
And then you'll vote on the remaining items. And then you'll take up for action what you pulled out, 7.06.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda with the removal of item 7.06. Roll call, please.
Well,
Yeah,
she
nope,
wants
discussion.
So, thank you.
Sorry.
I have questions on 7.14 and 7.15, amendments to the DHE audio equipment and DHE Windows devices. I have a two-part question. First one is just to understand the need to make an amendment that's pretty substantial. The second part is the numbers that were originally published a couple days ago have changed tonight. So if you could add that dimension too.
We're going to let Ms. Ibeck answer this question. She's ready with the details.
Yeah, thank you for your question. So I'm actually going to address your second question first about why the numbers changed, if I may. And so the explanation of why these numbers shifted at the last minute was actually due to a mistake on the part of our teams, where we were running a report to try to understand what our school budget spend against these contract amounts would be. And the report was showing a duplicated spend number. And so the numbers that you saw at the beginning of the week were likely double or higher than what is actually in board docs right now. And so just to call out those corrected numbers, for the DHE audio equipment, the additional amount is $350,000, not to exceed an estimated $2.35 million. And for the DHE Windows devices, the additional amount being requested is $850,000, not to exceed an estimated $2.85 million. So hopefully that helps explain why we landed where we landed with shifting these numbers throughout the week.
And just to follow up on that one, the shifting of it, I'm new to the board, so I'm not sure how we get notified when the changes are made. So just to be clear, because if I look at the consent agenda 2 days ago, then I might not realize they changed. So,
yeah, I think that's actually a really good question. And Helen, I don't know if I can call on you to help out here. Thank you.
Yes, I usually send notice when an agenda item has been changed. So if that didn't happen with this, that was a mistake.
And I believe if I could restate your first question, you were asking about why these spend amounts increase at this time of year. And so this isn't uncommon for our schools to have budget at this time of year and be planning for next year and their technology needs effectively. And so as they look in their budget, what they do at this time of year is they'll go out and buy a new Mimeo board, for example, which falls in the AV category, or they will look at technology refresh, especially now that we are post-COVID. They are in their classrooms and they are in their labs, and we're actually using those devices after sitting there for 2 years. And so that's an explanation of why these numbers increase toward the end of the year and toward this time of year. I will say that this is not uncommon. The teams have told me in the past that it's not uncommon for us to bring new amounts to the board right around this time of year toward end of school. However, I do want to note that The amounts have increased a little bit more than we were expecting due to that COVID factor that I talked about, as well as some other factors too. We talked about a technology refresh just briefly. I mentioned that. There's some grant funding received by schools as well that we weren't anticipating when we came to you with original amounts. And then there's increased demand from STEM programs as well. So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Is the increase for the STEM program, is that being funded by our mill for STEM? Or is that just being funded by grant?
So what the teams put together and what I've been able to find out is that it's mostly grant funded that I'm aware of that we can see on the report. I don't know if there's any other information tonight about whether or not mill is funding some of these purchases by the schools right now. But what the teams did and the work put together was mostly grant funding and an increase in grant funding in particular this year.
Okay, thanks. Just curious.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other discussion before we approve the consent agenda as requested, as amended with 7.06 pulled? All right, roll call, please, Ms. Neal.
Ms. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
Ms. Schooley,
Yes.
Dr. Varda.
Yes.
All right, we're ad lib. Is there a motion to approve item 7.06?
Amended.
I thought we would amend it during the discussion.
Oh, okay.
Does anyone want a second?
I would like to move that we amend 7.06.
To do what?
To remove the free math program that is offered for an opportunity to reconsider another option.
Okay, is there a second to Ms. Miller's motion?
Second.
Okay, discussion. It has been moved and seconded to approve consent agenda item 7.06 as amended with the removal of the Kendall Hunt illustrative mathematics free thing. Roll call, please.
Ms. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
Ms. Schooley,
Yes.
Dr. Varda.
Yes.
Okay, thanks for that struggle. All right, next item is a quick one around policy work for graduation requirements. And I'll start reading the script here as we welcome Mr. Cohan up and Dr. Kim. So district policies, regulations, and exhibits are assessed for consistency, redundancy, and legal compliance by the Office of Employee Relations and Legal Counsel before approved by Cabinet. As part of this review, it is determined if law requires that a policy receive Board of Education review and approval prior to revisions being adopted. On December 9th, 2020, the Board of Education adopted revisions to policy IKF, graduation requirements, allowing middle school students enrolled in and passing identified high school level courses to receive high school credit. This policy was implemented beginning with 8th graders during the 21-22 school year. Current red line changes must be approved by the Board of Education. Additional changes to policy IKF include aligning language to changes on the menu of options from the Colorado Department of Education regarding post-secondary workforce measures. Once revisions are approved, the policies will be posted online for staff and community access. Superintendent Dorland, is there anything to add before I call for a motion?
No.
Is there anything that you all would like to add before we just call for a motion? Great. Is there a motion?
I move that the Board of Education adopts revisions to District Policy and Regulation IKF and IKFR graduation requirements as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, it has been moved and seconded to adopt revisions to District Policy and Regulation IKF and IKF-R graduation requirements as presented. Roll call, please, Ms. Neal.
Ms. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
Ms. Schooley,
Yes.
Dr. Varda.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad you got your steps in. You did a great job. We're all very happy you're here. Okay, we now move on to public comment part 2. Is Carrie, Mama, some here hiding? Nope. Okay. Moving on to the chair. Okay, so this last portion of our meeting is looking at development of our next agenda, not just one agenda, but really trying to move forward with having some concrete board direction around what the board wants to focus on as we move forward into the 22-23 academic year. There are some things that we can anticipate as a board coming before us, certain timelines where we'll have agenda items. But my interest here is to make sure that we are integrating and kind of front-loading our agendas with items that we as a board consider priorities so that we can kind of provide some direction and that assistance in addition to agenda prep that happens monthly. So I will turn it over to you for a moment, Ms. Neal, and then we'll dialogue.
So I would review May 11th, which is next Wednesday, to begin with. 3 o'clock, you have an executive session on negotiations for an hour. You have added approval of the revisions to policy FCB-R. Then you have a quarterly report on the CIP program for half an hour. You will have a half an hour discussion of your draft meeting schedule and engagement at that study session so that it will come for approval in June. You have engagement with the Technology Data Privacy Advisory Committee for 50 minutes. Then you have a third quarter financial report for half an hour before your budget presentation at 6:30.
Great. So that is just for June and May, sorry. Oh my gosh, May. I know what month we're in. Okay.
So then your June 2nd regular meeting, at this point, we moved the CASB policy governance review to June 2nd. I don't know if that really works for the folks who want to attend. I think a couple of you have already accepted that. So if we want to keep it there from 3 to 4:30. You have study session 2 items. You have your advisory committee appointments to review for half an hour prior to voting on appointments later in the meeting. So tomorrow you are actually receiving all of the applicants that have applied for those vacancies. So you'll have a month to review them. You have an open house at the end of May. Then you have a study session together to come to consensus and direction so that you can make appointments on the consent agenda or through discussion and vote. That's half an hour of your study session on June 2nd. The next half hour is phase part 1, conversation on your capital improvement program priority projects. You begin that discussion there. And then the meeting continues, the normal kind of public comment, a budget presentation, which I believe, will be adopting a budget if everything goes as we hope. And that's your meeting.
Can I add one thing? In your upcoming 221s that you have, we will be sharing some background information for you about the CIP and the prioritization process that we're contemplating, and getting some feedback from you and just giving you some background knowledge so that you can come in prepared for that conversation. And then we'll see how far you get in June. We can continue that conversation after June as well. But I just wanted you to know when you come into the 221s, it won't just be with me. Tim and Steve will be with us, probably Lisa as well. And so that way you'll have some opportunity to study that a little bit and then talk about it again.
And then your June 8th study session meeting at this point has an update on ERS at 3 p.m. for half an hour. Your part 2 conversation on the capital improvement program priority projects. And then an hour and a half presentation on the regional opportunities for thriving schools, phase 1 plan. And follow up on the strategic plan component review for 3 hours.
Oof. Oh, sorry. That's all.
So strategic plan component review for 3 hours. So you end at 8:30, more or less, if it stays the same between now and then.
Do you have a question, Dr. Barta?
Pete, can you repeat that? I don't think I heard it.
The topics? or just the last one?
The strategic plan review by the Board of Education that's happening during our study session on the 8th. I think the question was, wow, it's 3 hours. So.
And what are we doing during those 3 hours?
Yeah, we need to check in with Lisa on that. I know she left, so I don't know that we're going to need 3 hours for that agenda item, but maybe she is thinking we do. And if so, we can work on that during agenda prep. And if you guys want to talk about it now to give Stephanie some guidance for that meeting, and I don't know who's joining you this month, but
Susan.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think we will check in with Lisa, but I don't think we're going to need 3 hours. So and maybe unless she feels like there's something we need to do.
Okay. Yeah, we can check. We can check in on that to make sure that it's a good.
I think August is going to be an important time for a lot of time on that. But
so one of the things that I'd love to hear from board members, we do have, if you scroll down on the overview, and this is why I said June, because the top page, one of the attachments to the agenda item is the sort of parking lot topics and such. What I'd like to do, especially as we start kind of building out agendas for this upcoming academic year, is what are those things that we want to make sure are included in our planning so that we can go ahead and start calendaring out and hold some spaces. And so I'll give some examples of what I'm thinking about. So for one, for example, I would like to make sure that we just have a placeholder every spring for summer programming updates, that we should be talking about summer programming, whether that's, I don't know what the time frame is, but in the spring, I feel like when it comes up, I tend to not think about it until it's then a little bit too late. And I think that would be something I would be interested in. I'd also love to schedule out, for board members who are interested, town halls and other kind of concrete community engagement things that happen spring, fall, or whatever intervals board members are interested in, have the capacity. And same with our student engagement work that is moving forward. How do we go ahead and calendar out, whether it's, I think we talked about 3 times a year, what that would look like, and build those in as a priority for those agenda items. And the last thing I'll put out there is, and well, I don't know if I can say that out loud. I'll wait. Is ESSER updates. I believe that we had talked about quarterly updates for ESSER. And I'm not I couldn't remember, to be quite honest, when we had our last one. And so seeing as how this is going to continue, roll into next year, I would like to have those be, that's okay, to have them be regularly scheduled. Yeah. Other items that people would like, or maybe I'm the only one that obsesses about agendas.
So I echo the ESSER. I think that it's important that we know what that money is going to be spent and how we're evaluating its effectiveness. And I know Dr. Leach was carrying that water, and I'm not sure where that went.
Let me give you an update and then ask a question to see what your interest is. Since Dr. Kim has now taken on that work, and because of Omicron and everything on our school's plate, partly in January and February, and we submitted the application in December. This is I'm getting weird feedback. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be close enough you can hear me. We submitted the application in December. Omicron hit us in January and February, and we didn't get approval on the certain things in the application until, I can't remember what Brenna said today, maybe March. Yeah, thank you. And so we are not spending as much as we had hoped to spend this year, partly because we couldn't put any more on the plates of teachers who are just keeping kids in schools and principals doing the same, and because of the approval process with CDE. So, and Dr. Kim, I think, has been digging into it, understanding what we originally submitted for, and thinking through some strategy pieces. If you're interested, we can do an update about ESSER 3 in June, and I feel like it could be helpful just so that we can get some direction from you as a board, which we didn't have fully from this board. We had a direction from a previous board. So having you guys talk and norm about your interests and how we prioritize those funds would be helpful for us. And I think it would also be helpful for you all to hear from Dr. Kim, some of the work that she's been doing with the academic leadership team and some of the most recent thinking. And I just want to let you know, like, we have lots of things going on and a lot of things are changing because now that we're in the endemic, there seems to be different interests from schools coming our way and some different thinking from the ALT. And so I just would love to give you an update in June if you're interested and let you hear from Dr. Kim and the ALT group about their most recent thinking and what might need to shift and what we really are working on with tutoring and mental health stuff ongoing. So
We need like a round of, go ahead, Dr. Barter.
Just to clarify on two things, because Brenna asked this, I think what we are looking for is details, like at almost line item spending, what we're spending it on, not buckets. And I think that would be helpful. And also, as we think about change to that budget, I wonder about, since it's federal funds and went through a process of approval that got community buy-in, and I don't want to be too liberal with the use of change to the budget. I hope that we can track that really.
with any federal grant, we follow the rules around adjustments and, the federal grants are flexible in terms of changes in need to the district. And so, but we follow all the guidelines and we have committees that we work with. So we'll do that. And we're happy to just, in your weekly update, send you the budget. I mean, that's something we can do as well.
Yeah, we can certainly share the line items that existed because Susan did do the work initially to put all of that together. But as Superintendent Dorland explained, there were some things that didn't get done in there because of the impact of Omicron and because of, whether it was different dynamics that existed. Now it is a good time for us to say, here's what the initial plan was. What do we stick with? What do we keep going with? Because there's still 2 more years within it. And then what does need to be modified based on what conditions are right now? And if we do change things, we do need to go back out and get feedback. That's just part of the process, and it is part of the integrity of the process that we have to carry out.
So are we looking, is that a weekly update or a board presentation?
Yeah, I was going to say, can we can just do thumbs up or middle or down, but if we have a Friday update that has more of the sort of deeper level detail, but I do think it would be good to have a June, yes, that, so that we can have a public conversation about, how is this addressing the intention around it? Does that sound good too? That's at least a majority. Okay, great. That's okay. It's late at night. I know, I'm just changing everything up. Are there other items that people would like to bring up, Ms. Parker?
Yes, I would like to know on the board that we have here, the parking lot, thank you. I had brought up the community engagement on student safety, and we had consensus of 2. I'd like to see if I can raise that up. If there are other members of the board who are interested in community engagement presentation, and this would be something that we can share with the community. So I know we had our executive session and we did the DeAngelis Center, but I would like to talk about things like suicide prevention and other things. Thumbs.
That is of interest to me.
And can, at some point, I'd like to maybe think about what that might encompass beyond just the suicide and TikTok thing.
Well, thank you for asking that, because the gun safety is a big issue for me, and I was hoping that we could talk about the safe storage law that we have in the state, and also we could do things just like discipline. How is it going? And we have restorative practice, which it was a nice presentation. If we could have some kind of follow-up on that, and if there's what happens after restorative practice.
And so, Mary, when you say community engagement, do you mean a board agenda item for public discussion and education of the board and dialogue, or?
I guess I wanted to have it just be something that the public could see, because when we're in an executive session, they don't know what we talked about.
Sure.
So whatever is appropriate or available.
Study
Study session. Yeah.
And it could be by that point, if the legislation goes through.
Yeah, an update
it
on
does. And I can't remember the number of it, but the Senate bill around tracking for discipline practices and for that through CDE, it could go well. So yes, we can put that as a priority. Other things that board members want to make sure are included and that we're paying attention to as we start drafting agendas.
In that community engagement piece, I would like the fentanyl issue that has been raising its head through our district. So if we could.
We will be happy to provide an update on that. I know Matt and team, Mr. Polero, his team have been working on that, and we'd be happy and I think ready to provide an update in the coming months. I don't know where all this is going to fit, and we'll figure that out with Susan and Stephanie when they come to agenda prep. But that's definitely something we're working on, and I would be thrilled to talk to you about that. And it's important for our community to hear that conversation.
And then the other thing I would, do you mind if I ask for mine? I would really like to start to get a handle on our learning losses for our kids. So we have our MAP data for this year, full year. And I know I had asked a while back for what that data was, the anticipated. I'm trying to remember the report, and I can't remember it, that any NWEA provides for us that tells us where our kids are trajectory. And we haven't received it yet. And it's just a report that y'all can run. I'll ask for it again, but I think that would help us know where our kiddos are. And because I just have no sense right now of, I know reports of where Washington State is and Texas and Iowa, but I don't know where our Jeffco kids are. So that would be one thing that I really would like to have, and that we start tracking that faithfully on the quarterly basis with maps, so that we can also see how our reading implementation is going.
Dr. Farah? Oh, you're like, I just have my thumb up. Yes, I know. They're like this down here. Did you have something to add?
Well, I just don't think that I was clear earlier. When are we talking about negotiations again?
Yeah, next Wednesday.
Is it an executive session before a study session? Okay, thanks.
And one thing that we may, and we can hold this for later, but those conversations typically don't start until the spring, or when the year ends. But we can think about that if people want to begin sort of strategy or board informing on strategy earlier in the year. That's possible, but I think for right now, next Wednesday will be our next. Yeah. Especially if there is an interest in changing any of the current practices and ways that may be helpful and healthy to begin those conversations in, I don't know, October. So that may be another one to just put in the parking lot, and we'd see when we can schedule that in. But I don't know if that's an exec session or not. I don't know.
Was that a public conversation about negotiations? Is that what you were? No.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Yeah. I lost the train of thought.
No thumb.
I don't know why you lost train of thought. I'm talking in circles. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Anything else? I'm like.
Stephanie's ready to do like strategy for next year.
I know. Okay. I'm going to say that there's nothing else for right now. Great. Yes. All right. It is now 11:30. This meeting's adjourned. Thank you all so much for your work and for staying up this late. And thank you for feeding us.